Hello! This is a revised version of a story I previously published. There's a possibility that some parts might be completely overhauled compared to the light novel. I want to clarify that as much as I know there's a difference between someone evolving into a true demon lord using 100,000 souls and someone who was a demon lord seed, only requiring 10,000 souls to gain power, this will affect Rimuru's strength, although Rimuru has the demon lord seed. In this version, Rimuru will be stronger than he was in the light novel, but not as powerful as Guy, Milim, or Dragul. However, he will surpass the other demon lords in strength, though I'm unsure about Dino's strength when he's serious. Additionally, I'm considering including some of my original characters, such as Velfers or Yun, but I haven't decided yet. I'm thinking of having Yun become Sui's girlfriend, which could add an interesting dynamic to the story. Please let me know if you're interested in seeing either of them. Also, I plan to delete the first version of the story after a while, so if you want to review it or keep a copy, be sure to save it before then. I'm currently uncertain if there will be a lemon chapter, but it remains a possibility depending on how I feel about it as the story progresses. Milim and Rimuru will definitely share some affectionate moments, but I aim to keep their interactions balanced and not overly sentimental. I'm also considering introducing Ciel to the story sooner, as I'm quite a fan of her character. We find ourselves in a dramatic scene where thousands of orcs are being annihilated by ogres temporarily under Rimuru's command. These ogres are fighting to avenge their village. Sui is stationed at the lizardman's home, defending it with determination, while Shuna remains in the village. Meanwhile, Benimaru, Hakuro, and Shine formidable powerhouses are methodically dismantling the orc army bit by bit. Rimuru watches from a distance, observing the chaos unfold. Suddenly, a colossal orc appears on the battlefield. It's the Orc Lord, the mastermind behind this vast orc army. Accompanying him is a mysterious figure wearing a mask. The ogres immediately recognize this masked individual as the one who previously destroyed their village. Great Sage, something feels off about that man. It's as if someone is staring at me through his eyes. Rimuru inquires mentally. Notice, there is a spell in place for streaming images in real time. It is possible that someone is watching, Great Sage informs him. The ogres are relentlessly attacking the Orc Lord, but he keeps healing and regenerating. Rimuru turns his attention to Gelmud, the figure standing next to the Orc Lord, and calmly says, "I'm not sure who is watching, but I hope you're enjoying the show." His composed demeanor confuses Gelmud, but the confusion is short-lived. As Gelmud begins to speak and give orders to the Orc Lord, his head is swiftly severed and consumed by the Orc Lord, leading to his transformation into the Orc Disaster. The scene shifts to a grand castle, where 4 individuals are gathered in a room, intently watching a crystal ball displaying the ongoing battle. Wow, 4 Kaijin in one place. That blue-haired one looks like he's their leader, comments a muscular man with yellow hair. It won't make a difference against the Orc Lord. He and his companions will be dead in moments, counters a pale-skinned man with white hair. Suddenly, the blue-haired figure in the crystal ball looks directly at them and says, "I'm not sure who is watching, but I hope you're enjoying the show." This unexpected acknowledgement shocks them momentarily. "You'll also like." He's not so bad. Maybe he stands a chance, muses a stunning woman with white wings and hair. Just then, the image in the crystal ball abruptly cuts off. "Oh, just when it was getting interesting," says a girl with pink hair, who appears to be around 14 years old. "I wanted to see how he would take down the pig." "Wait, Milim, you really think he'll win?" asks the yellow-haired man, looking surprised. "I don't just think it, I know, Carrion. He's quite strong, possibly even stronger than the pig you created, Clayman," Milim says, glancing pointedly at the white-haired man. "Why are you so sure about that?" Clayman asks, his annoyance barely concealed. "Instinct, and my eyes can gauge a person's strength," Milim replies, turning to the woman with white wings. "Right, Fry?" "Well, you have quite a few peculiar insights, like Milim's eyes or Milim's ears, or whatever you call them. But your instincts have never been wrong, Fry says. See? Well, I'm going to check on what's happening with him, Milim says, walking towards the window. Wait, what about the pact with the demon lords that prohibits us from going to the Jura forest? Clayman asks. That pact was to keep Veldora contained, and since he's gone, the pact is no longer in effect. Oh, and keep your nose out of my business, okay? With that, Milim leaps out of the window, flying away with supernatural speed. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Rimuru walks purposefully toward the orc disaster, while the ogres stay back, watching to see what will happen next. Rimuru lets Great Sage take control of his body, effectively setting him on autopilot for the time being. As he tests various attacks, he realizes that nothing seems to affect the orc disaster. Faced with this challenge, Rimuru decides to take a different approach. He calmly informs the orc disaster that he will devour him, cleanse him of his sins, and take care of his people. Without hesitation, Rimuru consumes the orc disaster completely, erasing him from existence. Afterward, Rimuru is appointed as the Chancellor of the Great Jura Alliance. He takes control of the remaining 2,000 orcs, naming them and guiding their evolution into high orcs. The story continues as it did in the original for a few days. However, Rimuru soon senses a massive surge of magicules hurtling toward his city at high speed. Reacting swiftly, he uses mimicry to grow wings and soars through the air, heading toward a cliff located some distance from the city. He positions himself a few tens of meters above the ground, ready to assess and respond to the incoming threat. The immense surge of mana follows Rimuru as he flies, clearly tracking him. As the energy draws nearer, he glimpses a girl briefly within the mana stream. The mana then crashes into the ground, creating a massive crater and enveloping the area in thick smoke. So he's flying, huh? Well, I'm not going to let him look down on me. Milim thinks to herself, determined to catch up. She accelerates rapidly, aiming to fly beside him and get above him. Just as she closes in, a meter behind Rimuru, he reaches out and grabs her hand. The sudden movement causes them both to spin slightly in the air. Rimuru pulls her toward him, lifting her into a princess carry position, their close proximity creating a moment of surprise and tension. What just happened? Why did I catch her like this? Great Sage, explain. Rimuru thinks, his panic evident. Notice, the individual was attempting to undermine Master. I intervened to prevent a confrontation and ensure Master would not be looked down upon. No fight, my ass. Now she's going to get angry and kill me on the spot. Rimuru continues to panic. As long as Master handles the situation smoothly, the results will remain within acceptable parameters. At that moment, Cheyenne, Benimaru, Sui, and Rhonda arrive at the cliff in a hurry, only to find their Lord Rimuru holding a girl and a princess carry high in the air. The overwhelming aura surrounding the girl makes it clear she is far stronger than Rimuru. Their concern mounts as they're unsure how to react, having come to protect their master. What the hell? I didn't expect him to do this, nor did I think he could. I should probably jump away, but I kind of like being held like this. It's just really embarrassing. I'm a demon lord, after all. Milim thinks, her cheeks flushing slightly at her own thoughts. However, Rimuru is too preoccupied with trying to figure out how to handle the situation to notice her discomfort. Oh, sorry about that. I acted on instinct, Rimuru says, gently setting Milim down. It's okay, but you really should think before doing something like that, Milim replies as they both descend and land on the ground. So, may I ask who you are? Rimuru inquires. And why are you here? Oh, I nearly forgot. Milim exclaims proudly, her voice carrying a playful, menacing edge reminiscent of a villainous child's laugh. I'm one of the 10 great demon lords, Demon Lord Milim Nava. And I came to see the one who defeated that pig. It was you, wasn't it? Pig? Oh, you must mean the orc disaster, Rimuru replies. Yes, that was me. My name is Rimuru Tempest. I am the Chancellor of the Great Jura Alliance and the leader of this city, also named Rimuru. So it was the work of a demon lord, huh? I've already dealt with that, but I should try to get her to leave. Rimuru thinks to himself. Oh, the city. I saw some really interesting things as I flew here. Could you show me around? Milim asks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My lord, Milim Nava is known as the Destroyer. We should avoid angering her in any way. Benimaru communicates to Rimuru via thought, ensuring Milim doesn't overhear. Upon hearing this and observing Milim's childlike enthusiasm, Rimuru decides on a course of action. Okay, I'll show you around, but you have to promise me that you won't destroy or harm anyone in the city, okay? He says. If you promise, I'll give you this. Rimuru then takes out a glass of honey from his stomach, offering it to her as a gesture of goodwill. What is that? Milim said while tilting her head to a side. It's a honey. It's quite sweet. Here, he gave it to her, and she tasted it. Her eyes turns two sparkles after tasting it. Wow, it's super sweet. Okay, I promise. With that, Rimuru begins showing Milim around the city. As they tour the town, they encounter Gabru, who looks up and asks, "Who is that little girl, Sir Rimuru?" Before Rimuru can respond, Milim playfully punches Gabru, sending him flying a few meters away. Rimuru, witnessing this, decides to make an announcement to the entire city to introduce Milim properly. He addresses the gathered crowd, "Attention, everyone. This is Demon Lord Milim Nava, one of the 10 great demon lords, and my esteemed friend. Please welcome her warmly and show her the hospitality we pride ourselves on." Milim, standing proudly, declares, "I'm Rimuru's best friend." Her declaration is met with a mix of awe and surprise from the citizens. After that, the story continues as in the original. About 2.5 months later, Rimuru is going about the city, handling various errands and overseeing progress. Suddenly, he hears a loud explosion and sees a plume of smoke rising in the middle of the city. Rushing to the scene, he finds a dark-colored beastman unconscious on the ground, with 2 other beastmen standing behind him. A few meters away, he spots Rigurd, badly injured with half of his face burned, and Milim standing beside him, accompanied by Sui. "Rimuru, I defended your people. Aren't I amazing?" Milim runs up to him with wide, puppy-dog eyes, clearly hoping for praise. "Didn't we agree on not hurting anyone in the city?" Rimuru replies, his expression showing a hint of anger that makes Milim flinch slightly. She's worried she might be denied sweets for a while. "Sir Rimuru, please don't be angry with her. She was genuinely trying to help us," Rigurd says, stepping in to defend Milim. Rimuru is taken aback by Rigurd's defense, especially since he usually doesn't get upset with Milim despite her frequent door-breaking antics. Rimuru uses a healing potion to mend Rigurd's injuries. "Sui, what happened here?" he asks, turning to Sui for an explanation. Sui kneels before Rimuru, reporting, the intruder arrived, declaring that this city would come under Demon Lord Carrion's control. When Rigurd saw him, he politely asked him to leave, but the man responded by punching him. Before I could act, Lady Milim intervened and punched him. The intruder then attempted to launch a fire attack at her, which would have been powerful enough to harm everyone present, including the children. Rimuru's anger rises as he hears this. "Take him to the meeting room," he instructs Sui, his tone firm and resolute. In the meeting room, Rimuru sits in his human form at the head of the table, flanked by his trusted subordinates Cheyenne, Benimaru, Sui, Rigurd, Shuna and Milim, who lounges on the sofa, casually munching on snacks. The 2 beastmen who accompanied the dark-colored beastman stand behind him. Rimuru questions the dark-colored beastman about his presence and intentions. The beastman introduces himself as Phobio, one of the 3 beastketeers serving under Demon Lord Carrion. He explains that he came to claim the city for his lord. Milim interjects, explaining to Rimuru that Carrion would never make such a move, especially knowing that she is here. She adds that Phobio was most likely sent to investigate the fate of the Orc Lord. Rimuru, satisfied with this clarification, decides to let Phobio leave. He informs Phobio that if Carrion desires a diplomatic relationship with the Jura Forest, he should send a different envoy, not Phobio. Phobio exits the room, clearly frustrated and harboring anger towards Milim. 2 weeks later, Rimuru is in his slime form, being carried by Milim as they make their way from the baths with Ciel. Rimuru finds himself quite flustered by the sight of the girls in the bath. While Ciel's prominent personality contributes to his embarrassment, he's inexplicably even more flustered by Milim's presence, though he can't quite understand why. He's grateful for his slime anatomy, as it hides his reactions and keeps his discomfort discreet. Suddenly, Milim grows wary and hands Rimuru over to Ciel, who also becomes alert. Both of them turn their attention toward the forest, where a dryad emerges from the trees. "Ruler of the monsters, we need your help." "My name is Trainee, and I am a dryad," she announces. They listen to her request and escort her to a meeting room, where Benimaru and the other core team members are already present. Trainee informs them of an impending calamity Charybdis which is approaching and is expected to reach the city in about 2 weeks. She explains that while her sisters are attempting to stop it, they've only managed to make minimal progress. "I can handle that weakling if you want," Milim declares confidently, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of action. "Lady Milim, this is something we need to address ourselves." Ciel starts to explain, but Rimuru interrupts and turns to Milim. "Hey, Milim, could you come with me to check this out?" "I want to confirm something," Rimuru requests. The room fills with a mix of confusion and curiosity from the others. Sure, I can," Milim replies, intrigued. "Sorry, everyone, we'll be back shortly." "I have a strange feeling about this," Rimuru says. With that, he and Milim take off to confront Charybdis. On their way, Rimuru and Milim chat to pass the time, as Rimuru can't fly as fast as Milim. Although Milim could easily carry him at her own speed, she prefers to engage in conversation. "So, how strong is Charybdis?" Rimuru asks. "They say it's as strong as an awakened demon lord, but it varies by individual. It wouldn't even scratch me or Guy, though maybe DeGruel might feel a bit of a challenge. Since Charybdis is said to be Veldora's child, it should be formidable, given that Veldora is a true dragon," Milim explains. "Oh, really? Then you could say it's my sibling. I was born from Veldora's magicules too," Rimuru reveals. "Wait, really? So you're his child?" Milim asks, a bit shocked. "Well, not exactly. I'm an otherworlder, but my body was created from his magicules," Rimuru clarifies. "Wait, why did I just tell her that? The only other person I've shared this with is Veldora." Rimuru thinks to himself, puzzled by his own openness. "Hold on. You're an otherworlder? Do you remember your previous life?" Milim asks, now completely shocked. Otherworlders were something she had heard of but never encountered, and she was especially surprised to meet someone who had reincarnated and retained memories from their past life. "Well, yes, I do remember it. But that's all behind me now," Rimuru replies calmly. Milim processes this information, her mind racing. "Oh, I see. That explains why you're getting stronger so quickly. But I have a question, how did you know we were watching the Orc Lord?" Rimuru pauses midair and turns to Milim with a thoughtful expression. "Wait, so you were really watching?" "I guess I must have some pretty good instincts," he says with a hint of a smile. After a few more minutes of flying, Rimuru and Milim arrive at the location where Charybdis is rumored to be. What they see is a monstrously huge entity, its wings spread wide on either side. With a single massive eye and a gaping mouth, the creature is at least as large as or perhaps even larger than the city itself. Its sheer size makes it nearly immobile without the aid of gravity manipulation. Surrounding the behemoth are a few dozen flying megalodons, their enormous forms circling and patrolling the area. Notice, the individual named Phobio is being used as the core for the entity known as Charybdis, Great Sage informs Rimuru. Phobio, oh, that idiot from before. Rimuru thinks to himself with a touch of irritation. Milim, could you check what's going on? I have a strange feeling about this, Rimuru asks, although he already had the answer. Okay, Milim replies, focusing her gaze on Charybdis. Her eyes begin to glow slightly, a sign Rimuru has noticed that means she's using her Milim's eyes. Oh, it's that annoying beastman from before. It's a Phobio. Milim exclaims, recognizing the figure inside the massive creature. You'll also like. Well, I'll just take care of it, Milim says, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly eager for some action. Wait, before you jump in, could you give me a chance to try and handle it? I want to test my own strength, Rimuru requests. Oh, so you want to use it as a punching bag? Well, I've been training you a bit during your free time, and you've definitely improved. But no offense, you probably won't be able to defeat it, Milim responds with a playful grin. I know I probably won't be able to defeat it, but I want to see what I can do, Rimuru insists. All right then, I'll wait, Milim agrees, her enthusiasm undiminished as she watches Rimuru prepare for his challenge. Rimuru then flew closer to Charybdis, assessing the situation. Great Sage, what would be the most effective approach? Notice, the most effective method would be to use gluttony. Do you wish to create another skill for use? Yes, no. Yes, and also deal with the megalodons for me while I focus on Charybdis. Rimuru instructs Great Sage. Great Sage promptly activates gluttony, effectively eliminating all the megalodons and nullifying the scales that Charybdis was firing. The scales are absorbed and the megalodons are swiftly removed from the battlefield. Rimuru then turns his full attention to Charybdis, using gluttony to attack the colossal beast. He also incorporates several other magical techniques, including fire spirit magic from Ifrit, to complement his assault. After a few minutes of relentless attacking, Great Sage announces. Notice, the skill Physics Magic, Megiddo, Fury of the Gods has been created. Do you wish to use this skill? Yes, no. Yes, Rimuru confirms, then shouts, Megiddo. As he utters the command, hundreds of tiny water droplets, meticulously shaped by water elementals into lenses, materialize above Charybdis. These lenses begin to focus and concentrate light into intense, piercing laser beams, which are directed at the massive creature. The concentrated beams strike Charybdis with devastating precision, each laser adding to the overwhelming assault against the formidable beast. As Rimuru continued his relentless assault, Milim watched with a mix of interest and amusement. Wow, that looks impressive. So, it's just light being manipulated by water, she mused, analyzing Megiddo with her Milim's eyes. She understood that while the attack was visually striking, it wasn't significantly damaging the beast. However, she also knew that an anti-magic barrier wouldn't be effective against it. After hours of continuous attacking, Rimuru grew increasingly frustrated. He asked Great Sage, how long would it take me to kill it with this approach? Notice, approximately 34 hours. Rimuru sighed, noting the lengthy time frame. He was using gluttony to manage the scales being fired at him and to handle the megalodons summoned by Charybdis, all while dodging the powerful laser beams from its mouth. It's pointless to keep going like this. I'll try one final attack, and then I'll let Milim handle it. Rimuru decided. He maneuvered to the back of Charybdis and prepared for his last assault. Using gluttony on a large scale, he created a massive hole through the beast's skin, all while continuing to defend against the scales. He then unleashed both Megiddo and black fire on the exposed flesh. Charybdis roared in discomfort, but the damage was still minimal. Milim, observing the effort, couldn't help but think, he's kind of cute when he's trying so hard. She blushed slightly at her own thoughts, realizing how much she was enjoying the spectacle. Rimuru took one last look at the imposing beast before flying back to Milim. "That physics attack of yours is really impressive," Milim remarked, smirking with a hint of admiration. "Well, I'll just take care of it now." Before she could launch herself toward Charybdis, Rimuru grasped her hand, stopping her. "Could you spare that idiot?" "I'd like to maintain good relations with Carrion," he requested earnestly. Milim's eyes sparkled with mischief as she considered his request. "Okay, I can do that. Just watch how amazing I am," she replied with a playful grin. With that, she soared toward Charybdis, ready to handle the situation with her usual flair. Rimuru watched in awe as Milim took control of the situation with ease. With a mere snap of her fingers, she effortlessly stopped all the scales midair, letting them fall harmlessly to the ground. She then casually deflected the powerful laser beams from Charybdis with just her arm, showcasing her immense strength. Milim's next move was nothing short of breathtaking. She unleashed a barrage of beams that rained down on Charybdis, completely annihilating the colossal beast in mere seconds. The sheer speed and intensity of her attack left no trace of the creature behind. "Holy shit! I knew she was strong, but this is off the charts," Rimuru thought to himself, utterly amazed by the display of raw power. The ease with which Milim dispatched the beast was both impressive and humbling, leaving Rimuru in stunned admiration of her capabilities. The only thing left was Phobio, who was plummeting toward the ground. Rimuru swiftly caught him and gently set him down. With a flick of his wrist, he healed Phobio, who lay unconscious but safe. As Milim landed behind Rimuru and looked over his shoulder, she couldn't help but beam with pride. "Aren't I awesome?" she asked with an adorable, puppy-eyed look. Rimuru turned to her with a gentle smile. "Yes, you are," he replied softly. Milim's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue at his praise. Realizing she was blushing, she quickly turned her head away, hoping you wouldn't notice. "What about the core?" Milim asked, her voice slightly muffled as she continued to look away. "If we leave it, it will just materialize somewhere else." Rimuru glanced at the core still embedded in Phobio's body. He activated gluttony, absorbing the core effortlessly. "Done. Now it can't reappear," he assured her. "Notice, skill gravitation manipulation obtained," Great Sage announced. "Why don't we head back and have a little festival?" "What do you say?" Rimuru suggested, lifting Phobio onto his shoulder. Milim's eyes lit up with excitement. "A festival? That sounds amazing. Let's go!" Without hesitation, she grabbed Rimuru's hand and took off into the sky. Rimuru, caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm and the warmth of her hand gripping his, found himself being pulled along. As they soared through the air, he couldn't help but notice his own blush creeping up. He glanced at their joined hands, feeling a mix of embarrassment and warmth. Milim, oblivious to his bashful reaction, continued to fly with exuberant energy, eager to get back to Tempest and celebrate. Rimuru, despite his slight embarrassment, couldn't help but smile, looking forward to the festival and the lively spirit Milim brought with her. When they arrived back at Tempest, Rimuru gathered his core team for a brief meeting. He quickly recapped the events, explaining how Milim had effortlessly dealt with Charybdis. He then handed over the collected scales to Vesta for analysis, a sizable stack of them, and provided a few of the megalodons to the chefs to prepare for the festival. Meanwhile, Milim was whisked away by Cheyenne and Shuna. The two were eager to hear about her battle with Charybdis and to help her choose a suitable outfit for the festivities. They spent time discussing the events, trying on various clothes, and preparing for the upcoming celebration. As evening fell, the city of Tempest transformed into a vibrant spectacle. Lights twinkled against the night sky, casting a warm glow over the bustling streets. Music filled the air, lively and inviting, while the aroma of delicious food and drinks wafted through the city. The festival was in full swing, and everyone, both residents and visitors, joined in the merriment, celebrating their victories and enjoying the communal spirit. In the midst of the festival's hustle and bustle, Rimuru was engaged in conversation with Sui, Hakuro, Benimaru, and Geld. Their discussion was lively, filled with camaraderie and the anticipation of the evening's events. As they spoke, the girls arrived, and Rimuru's gaze fell upon Milim, who was adorned in a pink yukata. The sight of her in the traditional attire evoked a single thought in his mind: cute. His cheeks flushed slightly at the sight, though the only ones who noticed were Benimaru and Shuna. Benimaru, sensing the shift in Rimuru's demeanor, decided to break the silence. "You three look really great," he said, directing his compliment towards Milim, Cheyenne, and Shuna. The girls smiled warmly in response, appreciating the kind words. After a few moments, Rimuru decided to step away from the group. He left Milim in the company of others and set off to explore the city. His aim was to ensure that everyone was enjoying the festival to its fullest. Benimaru, ever the loyal friend, chose to accompany him. As they continued their walk through the festival, Benimaru, with a teasing grin, decided to probe a bit. "So, Rimuru-sama, how was your little date with Lady Milim?" Rimuru's cheeks flushed a light pink as memories of Milim holding his hand and the warmth of her presence surfaced. "It wasn't a date," he said, attempting to regain his usual calm demeanor. "It was just a mission to handle the calamity." Benimaru chuckled, noticing the subtle blush on Rimuru's cheeks. "Of course, just a mission," he said, his tone carrying an undercurrent of playful skepticism. The other Shuna, Hakuro, and Sui had been quietly observing the interactions between Rimuru and Milim over the past few weeks. They had witnessed how Rimuru's demeanor softened whenever Milim was around. They noticed the way Rimuru would prepare special food for her, his smile growing whenever she enjoyed it. Even in his slime form, when Milim used him as a pillow, Rimuru had claimed not to like it, but his contented expression betrayed his true feelings. The team had come to understand that Rimuru's feelings for Milim went beyond mere friendship. Although Rimuru himself had not fully acknowledged or accepted these feelings, his actions spoke volumes. It was clear to those who observed closely that his affection for Milim was genuine and heartfelt. Benimaru, ever perceptive, decided to let the topic rest for the moment, allowing Rimuru to maintain his composure. They continued their walk, enjoying the festival's lively atmosphere, while Rimuru quietly reflected on his own emotions, trying to reconcile his feelings with his responsibilities as the leader of Tempest. Milim was deep in enjoyment of the festival's offerings, savoring every bite of the food Rimuru had given her. Shuna sat beside her, sharing a more modest portion, given Milim's tendency to devour nearly everything in sight. As they ate, Shuna, observing Milim's apparent contentment, decided to probe a little. "So, Lady Milim, do you like Lord Rimuru?" Milim's reaction was immediate and visible. Her eyes widened slightly, and a flush spread across her cheeks. "What?" "No," she said, attempting to laugh off the question with a casual wave of her hand. However, the blush on her face betrayed her true feelings. Shuna watched Milim's reaction with a knowing smile. "You seem a bit flustered, Lady Milim." "It's all right to have feelings for someone," she said gently. Milim fidgeted with her food, clearly uncomfortable but trying to maintain her playful demeanor. "It's not like that," she insisted, though her voice lacked conviction. Shuna's smile remained warm and encouraging. "Sometimes, it's hard to admit what we feel, even to ourselves. But if you like Lord Rimuru, it's okay. He's a wonderful person, and I'm sure he values you greatly." Milim looked away, her blush deepening. She tried to focus on her food, but Shuna's words seemed to resonate within her. I suppose. She mumbled, not quite sure how to articulate her feelings. Shuna gently patted Milim's back. Just be honest with yourself. Sometimes, understanding our own feelings is the first step toward understanding how to move forward. As Milim continued to nibble on her food, she couldn't help but ponder Shuna's words. Despite her initial denial, she found herself reflecting more deeply on her feelings for Rimuru, all while enjoying the festival and the company of her new friends. As the festival continued in full swing below, Rimuru found solace on the roof of the town hall. From this vantage point, he could see the city lights twinkling like stars mirroring the sky above. The sounds of laughter and music floated up to him, creating a vibrant backdrop against the serenity of his solitary contemplation. The cool night breeze tousled his long blue hair, and his golden eyes glimmered with reflections of the myriad lights below. Rimuru's thoughts were a mix of responsibility and introspection. He pondered the future of Tempest, how to sustain and nurture the thriving city he had helped build from the ground up. The weight of his responsibilities felt heavier under the blanket of stars. He recalled his promise to Shizue, a promise to take care of the children she had entrusted to him. Their future was a constant in his mind, and he was determined to provide them with a safe and prosperous life. Amidst these thoughts, his mind kept drifting back to Milim. Her presence at the festival had been a whirlwind of energy and joy, her enthusiasm infectious. Rimuru couldn't help but recall the moments they had shared, her playful banter, the warmth of her hand in his, and the way she had effortlessly taken down the Charybdis. The festival's festive atmosphere seemed to contrast sharply with the serious thoughts that weighed on him. He admired how Milim's carefree spirit could bring a different kind of light into his life, a stark contrast to the heavy burdens he carried. The way she had looked in her pink yukata, her bright eyes full of life and wonder, made Rimuru's heart stir in a way he hadn't fully acknowledged before. His contemplation was interrupted by a soft rustling of the roof access door. Rimuru turned to see Milim emerging from the shadows, her pink yukata fluttering gently in the breeze. Her usual energy was subdued tonight, replaced by a more contemplative expression. "Hey, Rimuru," she called softly, her voice carrying a gentle tone that contrasted with her usual exuberance. Rimuru smiled, his gaze returning to the cityscape before him. "Hey, Milim. Enjoying the festival?" "Yeah, it's amazing," she said as she sat down beside him, her eyes scanning the lively scene below. "I just wanted to see how you were doing." He looked at her, noticing the sincerity in her eyes. "I'm doing fine. Just thinking about the future, and everything that comes with it." Milim nodded, her gaze drifting to the stars. "I get that. Sometimes, it's hard to balance everything. But you're doing a great job. Tempest is thriving because of you." Rimuru chuckled softly. "Thanks. It means a lot to hear that." There was a moment of comfortable silence as they both took in the view. The festival's lights and music were a distant hum compared to the stillness they shared atop the roof. Milim shifted closer, her presence offering a quiet reassurance. "Do you ever think about what might happen next?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sometimes," Rimuru admitted. "I think about the challenges we'll face, the people we'll meet, and the changes we need to make to keep moving forward." Milim's eyes met his, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Whatever happens, I'll be here. Tempest is important to me too, and I want to see it grow and succeed." Rimuru felt a warm sense of gratitude. He knew that Milim's support was invaluable, both as a powerful ally and as a friend. "Thank you, Milim. That means a lot." As Rimuru glanced over at Milim, he was struck by the serene beauty she exhibited in the soft glow of the festival lights. The city's vibrant colors reflected in her eyes, which seemed to sparkle with an inner light that rivaled the festival's illuminations. Her pink hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, adding to the ethereal quality of the moment. "You'll also like." Milim's expression was one of contentment and tranquility, a rare sight for someone so often brimming with energy. Her usual exuberance was replaced by a calm, almost delicate demeanor, which only served to enhance her inherent beauty. The way the lights danced across her smooth skin, and how her hair moved with the wind, made her look like a vision from a dream. Rimuru found himself captivated by the sight. He marveled at how, in this moment, everything seemed to align perfectly: her beauty, the night sky, and the festival below. The realization hit him like a gentle wave. He was genuinely happy that she was here with him. The night was filled with the sounds of celebration, but for a moment, it felt like time had slowed just for them. Rimuru's thoughts wandered, contemplating the unexpected yet cherished connection he felt with Milim. The festival's chaos seemed distant, almost irrelevant, compared to the tranquility he found in her presence. As Rimuru sat there, his gaze fixed on Milim, a profound realization washed over him. Amidst the festival lights and the soft rustling of the night breeze, he came to understand something he had been unknowingly suppressing. The feelings that had been developing within him, feelings he had tried to deny and rationalize away, were undeniable now. He loved her. It was a simple truth, but it carried immense weight. The realization came not with grand gestures or dramatic moments, but rather in the quietude of the night, as he observed Milim enjoying the festival. The way she looked, the way she laughed, and the way she had become an integral part of his life, everything suddenly fell into place. He loved her, not just as a friend or an ally, but with a depth and sincerity that touched the core of his being. It was the kind of love that made his heart ache with both joy and vulnerability. It was the kind of love that made him want to protect her, cherish her, and be by her side through whatever the future held. Rimuru's heart raced as he felt the warmth of Milim's hair beneath his fingers. The soft strands tangled gently with his hand, a sensation so intimate that it took him by surprise. His gaze was locked on her, and he realized that his feelings were not just a fleeting emotion but something deeper and more profound. When Milim's eyes met his, the world around them seemed to fade away. The festival lights, the bustling crowd, even the distant sounds of laughter, all of it became a backdrop to the moment they shared. Her eyes were wide, filled with a mix of surprise and vulnerability, and Rimuru could see the blush spreading across her cheeks. "Rimuru," she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. The way she said his name, with a tone so tender and almost reverent, made his heart ache. He could see the unspoken questions in her eyes, and he knew he had to say something, to break the silence that had grown between them. "I love you," Rimuru confessed, his voice trembling with emotion. The words seemed to hang in the air, their weight palpable as he watched Milim's eyes well up with tears. He wrapped his arms around her, drawing her close, and she nestled her face into his shoulder, finding solace in his embrace. "I love you too," Milim whispered, her voice barely audible but filled with sincerity. Her words were muffled against his clothes, but Rimuru could feel the depth of her affection. He simply held her, gently stroking her hair and letting her emotions flow freely. The tender gesture was meant to soothe and reassure, allowing her to find calm in the warmth of his presence. After a while, Milim leaned back just enough to gaze into Rimuru's eyes. For a brief, timeless moment, they locked eyes, their unspoken feelings conveyed through the intensity of their stares. Then, with a soft, determined resolve, Milim closed the distance between them and pressed her lips gently against his. The kiss was tender and filled with the depth of her emotions, a silent promise of affection and devotion. For Rimuru, it was a revelation of the love he had been feeling but hadn't fully understood until now. For a moment, they were lost in their own little world, wrapped in each other's embrace. Milim buried her face against Rimuru's shoulder once more, feeling the warmth and safety of his presence. Rimuru held her close, savoring the closeness and the serenity of the moment. It took them a few minutes to gather themselves, and then they decided to rejoin the festival. For those who knew about their growing affection, it was clear what might have transpired. Milim and Rimuru walked side by side, their expressions a mix of shy joy and gentle contentment. They moved through the festival, a visibly close couple still basking in their newfound closeness. Their hands brushed together, and despite the evening's lively atmosphere, they remained somewhat embarrassed by their earlier intimacy. They were noticeably shy, but their shared smiles and occasional glances spoke volumes. In the midst of the vibrant festivities, their presence together radiated a warm, endearing light, a testament to their evolving bond. The next morning, Rimuru awoke in his office, stretched out on his sofa in his human form. He looked around and saw Milim curled up on his chest, using him as a pillow once again. With a gentle smile, he patted her head, careful not to wake her. Before long, Shuna entered the room, carrying a breakfast tray for them. Rimuru felt a blush creep up his face as he realized Shuna had caught them in such an intimate moment. He tried to hide his embarrassment but found it challenging with Milim still asleep on him. Thanks, Shuna, Rimuru said, his voice tinged with awkwardness as he shifted slightly to make room for the tray. Shuna simply smiled knowingly, setting the tray down on a nearby table and quietly leaving the room, giving Rimuru and Milim their privacy. As Shuna closed the door behind her, Rimuru looked down at Milim, who was still peacefully asleep. He felt a mixture of warmth and embarrassment, reflecting on how his life had changed in such a short time. "Hey, Milim, wake up," Rimuru said softly, gently shaking her. Milim's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment, she looked disoriented. As she realized where she was, a faint blush began to creep across her cheeks. However, her gaze quickly shifted to the breakfast spread beside them, and her blush was replaced with a look of delight. Without bothering to move, she started eating the food, still curled up on Rimuru's chest. "Good morning," she said around a mouthful, her voice muffled but cheerful as she continued to munch on the food. She reached for more, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation. Rimuru watched her with a mix of amusement and affection. "Good morning, Milim. I hope you're enjoying the breakfast." He tried to keep his voice light, though he couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Milim glanced up at him between bites, her eyes sparkling with contentment. "It's delicious." "Thanks, Rimuru." She snuggled closer, clearly in no hurry to move. Rimuru chuckled softly and patted her head, enjoying the peaceful moment despite the unusual circumstances. That afternoon, King Ciel of Dworgen arrived in Tempest, having heard the rumors about Charybdis's defeat. The city was abuzz with the news, and the arrival of such a significant figure only added to the excitement. Rimuru met Ciel in the main hall of the city's grand building. The king, along with his retinue, was greeted with the usual Tempest hospitality. Ciel's knights were initially skeptical upon seeing the small, pink-haired girl who was rumored to be one of the great 10 demon lords. Their doubts were evident in their guarded expressions and hushed conversations. Rimuru welcomed King Ciel and led him to a quieter room where they could discuss the recent events in detail. As they spoke, Ciel listened intently, his demeanor serious and respectful. Rimuru explained how Charybdis, a formidable foe, had been defeated, and that the true mastermind behind it was Phobio, a beastman working for Demon Lord Carrion. He also shared that Milim had played a crucial role in swiftly neutralizing the threat. Despite the initial skepticism of Ciel's knights, Ciel himself took the information seriously. He acknowledged the strength and resolve displayed by Tempest and the critical role played by Milim. The conversation continued for a while, as they delved into various topics related to the recent threat and the future of their respective alliances. After their discussion, King Ciel and his retinue prepared to depart. Ciel approached Rimuru with a nod of appreciation. "Thank you for handling the situation so effectively and for sharing this information with us. It is clear that Tempest is a city to be reckoned with." Rimuru nodded in acknowledgement. "It was a team effort, and we're always here to assist our allies. Safe travels, King Ciel." With that, Ciel and his knights took their leave, making their way back to Dworgen. The visit had reaffirmed the bond between their nations and provided reassurance of their mutual respect and cooperation. That evening, another important guest arrived, Demon Lord Carrion. The imposing figure of the Beastman Lord entered Tempest with a mixture of respect and solemnity. "Ah, Rimuru," Carrion greeted warmly, "I came here to thank you for your leniency with Phobio. I appreciate you sparing him despite his actions." Rimuru welcomed Carrion to the city, leading him to a private meeting room. The atmosphere was cordial as they began discussing matters of mutual interest and politics between their nations. Milim, ever the enthusiastic eater, was present but took no part in the political conversation. She busied herself with an assortment of snacks, her carefree demeanor providing a contrast to the serious discussions taking place. Carrion noted the dynamics between Rimuru and Milim. There was a palpable connection between them, something that intrigued him but remained unspoken. He chose not to comment on it, respecting the private nature of their relationship. The conversation with Carrion was insightful, touching on various topics ranging from diplomatic relations to future cooperation. Rimuru and Carrion discussed the framework for maintaining a stable and beneficial relationship between their respective territories. As the evening drew to a close, Carrion took Phobio with him, acknowledging that he would send a proper envoy to represent his interests and establish a more formal diplomatic presence. "Thank you again for your understanding," Carrion said as he prepared to leave. "I will ensure that our future interactions are conducted with the utmost respect and professionalism. Until then." A few weeks later, Rimuru was taking his usual rounds around the city, enjoying the serene atmosphere of Tempest. The bustling activities of the festival had settled into a steady rhythm of daily life. As he walked through the streets, taking note of various improvements and chatting with residents, he felt a familiar surge of energy from behind. Before he could react, Milim leaped onto him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist in a playful embrace. She giggled as she clung to him, her excitement palpable. "Guess who?" she teased, her voice filled with mischief. Rimuru, momentarily startled, chuckled as he turned his head to see Milim's beaming face. "You never miss an opportunity to surprise me, do you?" he said with a warm smile. He lightly patted her hands resting on his stomach. Since their confession of love, the couple had become more open about their relationship. The people of Tempest had quickly adapted to their affectionate display, accepting it as a natural part of their lives. It was clear that the two were inseparable, and their bond had become a cherished aspect of the city's vibrant community. Milim nuzzled against his back, her cheek pressed lightly against him. "I was just looking for you." "I missed you," she said, her tone as carefree as ever. "I thought we could go for a walk together. The city's looking so nice today." Rimuru laughed softly and nodded. "Sure, let's take a stroll. I could use some company." As they walked through the bustling streets of Tempest, Rimuru enjoyed the company of Milim and the sense of normalcy that had settled over their lives. They chatted about everything from recent developments in the city to plans for future projects. However, without Rimuru realizing it, Milim had led him on a different path. By the time he noticed the familiar terrain, they were standing at the edge of the cliff where they had first met. The view was breathtaking, as it always had been, with the vast expanse of the landscape stretching out beneath them. The crater Milim had inadvertently created during their initial encounter was still noticeably a testament to the sheer force of her presence, though it had been partially filled and repaired by diligent workers. Rimuru took a deep breath, admiring the view. "Oh, we're back here. I didn't even realize you brought me here," he said with a smile. "Rimuru, I need to be away for a while," Milim said, her back turned to him. She then faced him, her eyes meeting his golden gaze. "As much as I'd rather stay, there are things I need to do and people I want to visit." Rimuru's heart ached at the thought of her leaving. He knew she was a powerful demon lord, and he was merely a challenger in her eyes. Struggling to maintain his composure, he forced a gentle smile. "Well, I suppose even you have your responsibilities." Milim's expression lightened, and she teased playfully, "Of course I do. I am one of the 10 great demon lords, after all." Rimuru embraced her in a warm hug. I'll be waiting for you. We'll all be waiting until you return, he said sincerely. You'll also like. As they parted, Milim pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek before turning and soaring away at an incredible speed. The next morning, Rimuru decided to visit Ingrassia to check on Shizu's students, bringing only Ranga along with him. As they journeyed, Rimuru came across a rare slime, resembling a dark blue stone with rivers of blue light flowing across it. Wow, that looks cool. Great sage, what is this? Rimuru inquired. Notice, rare type of stone slime. This specimen appears to be fused with gravity stone, granting it the unique skill of gravitation manipulation, though on a much smaller scale compared to the master. Can you store it? I'd like to see what I can do with it later, Rimuru requested. The great sage then stored the slime within Rimuru's stomachy. After a while, Rimuru and Ranga arrived at the city gate, with Ranga concealed in Rimuru's shadow and Rimuru wearing Shizu's mask. After a few minutes, Rimuru gained entry into the city. He arrived as an adventurer and made his way directly to the Free Guild, where he encountered Yuki Kagurazaka, the headmaster and founder of the guild, who was also a former student of Shizu. After a brief test of Rimuru's power, which involved Yuki giving him a light kick, they engaged in conversation. Yuki then took Rimuru to the academy to introduce him to the children. As Rimuru opened the classroom door, a fire attack was hurled at him. Instead of dodging or reflecting it, Rimuru chose to stand still and let it hit him. The children were initially terrified, fearing they had seriously harmed someone. However, when they saw Rimuru standing unharmed, with not even a scratch, they were momentarily shocked. Yuki then introduced Rimuru to the children. After a brief conversation, Rimuru and Yuki discussed the possibility of Rimuru staying on as a teacher. After some consideration, Rimuru agreed, and the next day he began his teaching duties. To earn the children's respect, who were initially reluctant to listen, Rimuru held a series of mock battles. Needless to say, he won every single one. Rimuru continued teaching at the academy while working on a method to stabilize the children's unstable magicules to ensure they wouldn't suffer early deaths. One day, he decided to take them all on a picnic. As he watched them spar while sitting on a blanket on the ground, his thoughts drifted to Milim. He wondered how she was and what she might be doing. He missed her. It was clear from his expression that his mind was elsewhere, and Chloe noticed. Is something wrong, Sensei? She asked. Oh, sorry. No, I'm okay, just lost in thought, Rimuru replied. This caught Alice's attention, and she approached with a teasing smile. Are you thinking about some girl, Sensei? Rimuru's cheeks flushed slightly, but he remained composed, though the girls noticed his reaction. No, why would I be? He said, attempting to laugh off the question. So it's about a girl? Alice exclaimed, noticing Rimuru's reaction. Her shout drew the attention of the three boys. What girl? Kenya asked eagerly. Sensei has a girlfriend, Alice announced. The three boys shouted in unison, What? Is she cute? What does she look like? How old is she? How strong is she? What's her name? Can we meet her? The kids bombarded Rimuru with questions, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Chloe then asked, Do you miss her? Her question caused everyone to stop and focus on Rimuru. He looked at them and responded, First, yes, she is cute. Second, it's not polite to ask a lady about her age. Third, you wouldn't stand a chance against her, even I don't. Fourth, I will let you meet her someday. And fifth, his eyes softened with tenderness, Yes, I miss her. As Rimuru finished speaking, a dragon appeared above the capital of Ingrassia. Rimuru quickly stood up, used magic to conceal himself, and dealt with the dragon, saving several merchants in the process. That evening, a merchant named Jalmile invited Rimuru to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. While the children enjoyed their meal at the table, Rimuru and Milim engaged in conversation. They discussed Rimuru's heroic actions and talked about the children, among other topics. During their conversation, Rimuru learned valuable information about the Queen of Spirits, specifically her location. Rimuru had previously discussed with Triene the possibility of the spirits helping the children, but he needed to visit the Queen to explore that option. Up until now, no one had known where she resided. The next day, Rimuru took the children to visit the Queen of Spirits. Upon arrival, he encountered an advanced golem that he had to destroy before they could proceed. Once inside, Rimuru met with the Queen of Spirits, who was revealed to be a pixie named Rewriten. To his surprise, Rewriten was actually a demon lord. They then proceeded with the process of fusing the children with various spirits. When it was Chloe's turn, an unexpected visitor arrived before the spirit could manifest a chrono. The chrono flew toward Rimuru and attempted to hug him, though she was unable to make physical contact due to her non-corporeal nature. After her brief, touching attempt, she entered Chloe, completing the fusion process. After meeting with Rewriten, Rimuru engaged in a discussion with her and created a new golem for her. Alternatively, he might have constructed a golem and allowed a demon to possess it, naming the demon Burita. With that task accomplished, Rimuru and the children returned to the academy. A few weeks later, it was time for Rimuru to return to his city. He presented gifts to the children, and to Chloe, he gave Shizu's mask as a special token. After bidding farewell to the children, Rimuru set off back to Tempest. As Rimuru approached Tempest, his heart sank, sensing that something was terribly wrong. The familiar landscape seemed alien, and a palpable sense of danger crackled in the air. Suddenly, Soai appeared before him, badly injured. Rimuru-sama, don't worry about me. I'm just a clone. There are intruders. Before Soai could finish, his form flickered and dissipated, leaving Rimuru alone in the desolate plains. An unsettling silence followed, soon interrupted by the appearance of a figure from Shizue's memories. Notice, an anti-magic barrier has been deployed in this area. A figure clad in divine armor emerged, her sword gleaming with holy light. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to enter the city, she declared, with unwavering resolve. I am Hinata Sakaguchi. Rimuru's eyes widened as he recognized her from Shizue's memories, the paladin who had been Shizue's student. With a deep breath, Rimuru steeled himself for the confrontation. Without his magic, he knew the fight would be exceptionally challenging. Hinata wasted no time. She lunged at Rimuru with remarkable speed, her sword striking with divine precision. Rimuru, unarmed and stripped of his magic, deftly dodged and weaved through her relentless assault, narrowly evading the deadly blows. Each swing of Hinata's blade cut through the air with a brilliant flash of holy light, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. Oh, that's quite a dangerous sword you have. Each swing feels like it's slowly hurting my very soul, Rimuru said, all while deftly dodging her attacks. So, you've noticed, Hinata replied, her voice steady as she continued her assault. I must say, you're moving quite adeptly within the barrier for a monster. As Hinata pressed her relentless attack, Rimuru had no choice but to rely on his physical agility and quick thinking. He ducked and dodged, using the environment to his advantage. Hinata's sword moved with blinding speed, each strike aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Despite Rimuru's skill in physical combat, he struggled against the sheer power and precision of her attacks. The confrontation became a brutal dance of offense and defense, pushing Rimuru's reflexes and agility to their absolute limits. In a moment of desperation, Rimuru spotted an opportunity. He created a diversion by causing a minor landslide with a swift kick, sending debris flying into the air. Hinata was momentarily distracted, and Rimuru seized the chance to regroup. However, the anti-magic barrier prevented him from using any of his usual techniques. Despite the chaos, Hinata's focus remained unshakable. She pressed on with even greater aggression. Rimuru could see the determination in her eyes, formidable and heartbreakingly resolute. Exhausted and cornered, Rimuru knew he needed a different strategy. He feigned a desperate, clumsy move, drawing Hinata in closer. As she prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Rimuru used his remaining strength to create a perfect clone of himself, mimicking his battered form. Hinata, seeing what she believed to be a defeated Rimuru, stood over him with her sword raised for the final strike. "Rest in peace, monster," she uttered coldly. As she brought her sword down, Rimuru activated his slime form, slipping into a hidden crevice and effectively vanishing from sight. Believing her task completed, Hinata sheathed her sword and walked away, her figure fading into the distance. Rimuru, concealed in his slime form, waited until he was certain she had gone. Slowly, he reformed into his humanoid shape, his body trembling from exhaustion. "You'll also like..." As Rimuru gathered his strength, his gaze turned toward Tempest with a steely resolve. The battle might have ended for now, but the conflicts and misunderstandings were far from over. Determined to protect his people and uncover the truth, Rimuru prepared himself for the challenges ahead. Approaching the city's barrier, a heavy feeling of concern weighed on his shoulders. The once vibrant city was now encased in a shimmering, opaque shield that pulsed with an unsettling energy. Rimuru's steps were slow and deliberate as he neared the barrier, his focus unwavering. Soai, visibly shaken but relieved to see Rimuru, hurried to his side. "Rimuru-sama, are you okay?" he asked, his voice filled with genuine worry. Rimuru turned to Soai, his exhaustion evident but his calm reassuring. "I'm all right, Soai." "But what happened here?" His eyes scanned the surroundings, noting signs of a recent struggle. Soai looked down, shame evident on his face. "Humans attacked us. We've been defending as best we could, but..." Rimuru's expression hardened. "And the barrier? Are you able to get inside?" Soai shook his head. "No, sir. We are unable to breach it." Rimuru approached the barrier and placed his hand on its surface. The barrier was cold and unyielding, a tangible reminder of the danger surrounding them. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing his thoughts. "Great Sage, can you get me through?" Rimuru asked, seeking guidance. "Notice, yes. However, communication through the barrier is not possible. The magic strength is considerable. I suggest using magic strengthening techniques for the task." Rimuru nodded, taking a deep breath as he prepared himself. "All right, let's do this." He concentrated on his inner magic, channeling his energy to enhance his magical presence. The barrier flickered slightly under the strain of his enhanced magic but held firm. Rimuru poured more energy into his efforts, the barrier beginning to show signs of yielding. With a burst of concentrated magic, Rimuru managed to create a narrow gap in the barrier. He slipped through the breach, emerging on the other side. The familiar sights of Tempest greeted him, but the city bore the scars of recent conflict. Rimuru took a deep breath, relieved to be back but heavy-hearted with concern for his people. He glanced back at Soai, who waited anxiously outside the barrier. "I'll handle things from here," Rimuru said with determination. "Keep an eye out and be ready for anything." Soai nodded, his expression resolute. "Understood, Rimuru-sama." Rimuru stepped into the heart of Tempest, ready to confront the challenges ahead and ensure the safety of his people. His heart sank as he took in the devastation. The once vibrant streets were now in ruins, the air heavy with the aftermath of a fierce battle. Debris and destruction marked his path, telling a grim story of the recent conflict. Rigurd approached quickly, his face a mixture of relief and sorrow. "Rimuru-sama." Rigurd's voice was tinged with desperation and respect. "Thank goodness you're back. We've suffered a great loss." His eyes reflected the pain as he guided Rimuru through the city. Rimuru's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of his citizens. The scene was devastating, a stark reminder of the brutal attack Tempest had endured. Each face was a testament to lives lost and dreams unfulfilled. Rimuru's fists clenched at his sides, his anger growing with every step. As he continued, he spotted Benimaru in the midst of a tense standoff. Benimaru's usual calm demeanor was replaced by intense anger. His eyes were locked on a group ahead. Two men were standing in front of a woman, seemingly trying to protect her from Benimaru's wrath. The woman's face was partially obscured by shadows, but her presence was enough to ignite Benimaru's fury. He held his weapon at the ready, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The men appeared desperate, pleading with him to reconsider. Rimuru approached Benimaru, his anger and frustration evident in his stride. "Benimaru," he called out, his voice urgent. Benimaru turned, his gaze momentarily softening at the sight of Rimuru. "Rimuru-sama, you've returned. These people..." His voice trembled with barely contained rage. "They've done something unforgivable." The two men looked at Rimuru, their faces pleading. "Please, we're not the enemies. We're only here to protect her," one of them implored. Rimuru's gaze shifted to the woman, her face now visible. She looked disheveled and frightened. "What's going on?" Rimuru asked, his voice steady but edged with authority. Benimaru's anger was palpable. "They claim she's not responsible, but she's one of them. They attacked us. Her presence here is suspicious. We need to deal with her." The woman's eyes were filled with a mix of fear and defiance. "I'm not who you think I am," she said, her voice trembling. "I was forced to cooperate. I'm a prisoner too." Rimuru's gaze softened slightly, sensing there was more to the story. He knew that emotions were running high, and he needed to get to the truth without further escalation. "Benimaru, stand down for now," he said firmly. "We'll sort this out." Benimaru hesitated but reluctantly lowered his weapon, still glaring at the woman. The tension in the air was thick as Rimuru stepped closer to the woman, his eyes searching for the truth behind her words. The woman looked at Rimuru with a glimmer of hope. "Please, you have to believe me. I was used by them, just like you." Rimuru nodded slowly, signaling for Benimaru and the others to hold off for the moment. "We'll talk more about this later. For now, let's focus on assessing the damage and securing the city. We need to rebuild and find out exactly what happened here." As Rimuru took in the devastation and the strained faces around him, he knew that the path forward would be challenging. But for now, he was determined to restore peace and uncover the truth behind the attacks that had shaken Tempest to its core. Following Rigurd through the devastated city, Rimuru's mind raced with questions and concerns. As they approached the makeshift medical area, Rimuru saw Hakuro lying on a bed, his face pale but his injuries less severe than expected. Hakuro's eyes opened, and he greeted Rimuru with a weak but relieved smile. "Rimuru-sama, you've returned." Rimuru approached Hakuro, his expression a mix of worry and relief. "Hakuro, I'm glad you're alive. What happened here?" Hakuro winced slightly as he shifted to speak. "The attack was swift and brutal. We were caught off guard. They came with a powerful force, and despite our efforts to defend, we were overwhelmed." Rimuru listened intently, his anger barely contained. "And Cheyenne? Where is she?" The room fell into a heavy silence. Rigurd's face showed deep concern, and the other onlookers shifted uneasily. Benimaru's jaw tightened, and his eyes were filled with somber determination. Benimaru stepped forward, his voice low but resolute. "Rimuru-sama, please follow me." Rimuru followed Benimaru through the ruins of Tempest, the weight of the city's devastation pressing heavily on him. The once vibrant and bustling city lay in ruins, its streets scattered with the remnants of its fallen residents. Benimaru led him to the center of the city, where the grim sight of numerous bodies spread out before him was almost unbearable. In the heart of the chaos, Rimuru's gaze fell upon a sight that brought him to his knees. Ciel, lifeless and surrounded by the devastation of the city she had fought to protect. The sight of her body, so still and serene amidst the carnage, struck Rimuru with a deep and unrelenting grief. Rimuru's eyes, usually filled with determination and resolve, now held a profound sadness. He stood there, motionless, as a powerful and uncontrollable aura erupted from him. The ground trembled, and a chilling wind swept through the area, reflecting the intense emotions surging through him. Rigurd, sensing the depth of Rimuru's anguish, called out gently, "Rimuru-sama." The surge of energy began to wane, and Rimuru slowly regained his composure. Turning towards Rigurd, his voice came out as a strained whisper, filled with grief and barely restrained anger. "Please, give me a moment alone." The others, understanding the gravity of his sorrow, respectfully stepped back. Shuna, however, moved closer and enveloped Rimuru in a heartfelt embrace from behind, her own tears blending with his. Her presence offered a quiet solace amid the storm of his emotions. After a brief moment, Shuna reluctantly withdrew, her own sadness visible. The remaining members of the group followed suit, leaving Rimuru to confront the silence and the painful memories of Ciel. Standing amidst the wreckage of the city, Rimuru's face was a mask of resolute despair. The weight of the loss and the devastation surrounding him bore heavily on his shoulders. He remained still, lost in his thoughts and the profound sense of emptiness that engulfed him. As Rimuru stood before the bodies of his fallen comrades, his heart was a tumult of grief and resolve. His hand reached out toward Ciel, his voice barely a whisper, "Don't worry, my friend. I will let you rest inside of me." He began to activate gluttony, preparing to absorb the remains and preserve them within himself. However, just as he was about to proceed, a sudden, familiar voice interrupted him. "Wait!" The elf girl, who had been with Shizu during her visit to Tempest, stepped forward with a sense of urgency. Rimuru halted, turning toward her with a mix of confusion and curiosity. "What is it?" The elf girl took a steadying breath, her gaze serious. "There may be a way to revive them." Rimuru's eyes widened, hope flickering amidst his sorrow. "Revive them? How?" The elf girl recounted a somber tale. "There is a story about a princess who had a dragon as a companion. When the dragon was killed by intruders, she was consumed by grief and rage. In her quest for vengeance, she destroyed the entire kingdom responsible and became a demon lord. As a reward for her evolution, the voice of the world revived the dragon, but it was not the same. It lost its soul and became a mindless monster, forcing the princess to seal it away." Rimuru's brow furrowed. "Why are you telling me this?" "I normally wouldn't," the elf girl continued, "but I believe there is a chance due to the barrier. Notice, there is a possibility that the barrier is holding the souls. Success rate is approximately 3.14%. How do I become a demon lord? Notice, to evolve into a demon lord, one must gather 100,000 souls. However, due to the fact that you have already defeated the orc disaster, you have received a demon lord seed. This reduces the required number of souls to 10,000. There are currently 230,000 soldiers outside the city borders. To maximize the strength of your evolution, it would be advisable to gather all of them." Rimuru glanced at Ellen with a brief nod. "Thanks," he said, before swiftly moving away from the scene. He erected another barrier to contain the souls and ran, communicating his plan through thought to his core team. It wasn't long before Benimaru, Soai, Gabaru, and the others reached the crystal sustaining the anti-magic barrier. Shuna and Jur worked together to create and maintain a new barrier. Geld and Hakuro took swift action, eliminating the 3 otherworlders responsible for the attack and Cheyenne's death. Rimuru soared above the army, his face obscured by a replica of Shizu's mask. As he surveyed the vast numbers below, his only thought was, why are humans so reckless, deploying their entire army while leaving their country's defenses vulnerable? At that moment, he activated Megiddo, which began decimating the soldiers at an alarming rate. Great Sage, ensure not a single one of them survives. He commanded his skill with a calm but fierce tone. You'll also like. Affirmative. Initiating the creation of a skill to eliminate a large number of humans simultaneously. As he watched the carnage unfold below, Rimuru reflected, I feel nothing from their deaths. It's as though my very soul has become a monster. How many have I killed so far? Notice, 40,000. Without hesitation, Rimuru flew toward the main tent where the army's king was hiding, his aura emanating an overwhelming and terrifying power that made even the bravest soldiers quake with fear. Rimuru descended upon the main tent, confronting the arrogant king who, despite his bravado, could not mask his fear. The king's pretenses crumbled under the weight of Rimuru's menacing presence. Still pretending to be calm, are we? Rimuru's voice was icy and devoid of mercy. Without warning, he activated Megiddo, and a beam of light severed the king's left hand. The king's agonized scream pierced the air, reverberating across the battlefield with a chilling intensity. Notice, Merciless is prepared. Do you wish to use it? Yes, no. Yes. With that command, all remaining soldiers were instantly annihilated. Their souls were gathered by Rimuru. As he collected the souls, Great Sage notified him. Notice, conditions met. Initiating Harvest Festival. Exhaustion enveloped Rimuru, and the pull of sleep became irresistible. Summoning his remaining strength, he called for Ranga to transport him back to Tempest. Before falling into unconsciousness, he summoned 4 powerful demons and instructed them to capture one remaining human and bring the king and archbishop to the city, awaiting further orders. With his mission accomplished, Rimuru fell asleep, reverting to his slime form, his body utterly drained. Ranga brought Rimuru to Shuna in the middle of the city. She gently took him and laid him on a pillar. All around them lay the bodies of Rimuru's people, a grim reminder of the recent battle. Benimaru and the others stood nearby, their expressions somber and tense. Suddenly, everyone heard a voice echo through the area. Individual Rimuru Tempest is now evolving into a true demon lord. The surroundings were suddenly shrouded in darkness. Then, Rimuru's body transformed into his human form, but it was Raphael who was controlling it. Using Beelzebub, Raphael began absorbing all the magicules within the multiple barriers, ensuring every soul was captured. She then initiated the secret art of resurrection. The demons Rimuru had summoned earlier appeared, presenting 2 of their subordinates as a sacrifice for the energy needed for the spell. Raphael accepted the offering and revived everyone, before falling back into a deep sleep in slime form. The voice of the world resonated once again. Evolution of the individual Rimuru Tempest to true demon lord succeeded. Now bestowing gifts upon all his subordinates. Gifts? Benimaru asked, his voice filled with confusion and curiosity, though no one in particular was addressed. The word hung in the air, adding to the eerie silence that followed. As the darkened city settled into an unnatural calm, the weary figures of Rimuru's people began to succumb to an overwhelming drowsiness. One by one, they fell into a deep sleep, their bodies collapsing in a mix of exhaustion and relief. The last thing they saw before slipping into unconsciousness was the flickering light of the resurrection's magic gently illuminating the ruins of their city. As Rimuru gradually awoke, the early morning light filtered through the city's remnants, casting a serene glow over the scene. He found himself still resting on the pillar, his form shifting back into his human shape. With a gentle motion, he sat up, taking in the transformed landscape around him. The sight before him was nothing short of miraculous. His loyal subordinates Benimaru, Shuna, Soai, Hakuro, Geld, and others were gathered in front of him, kneeling reverently as his rulers. Their faces, once shadowed by grief and exhaustion, now radiated hope and reverence. Rimuru's gaze swept over the scene, his heart leaping with joy and disbelief. The individuals who had fallen, their bodies cold and still, were now alive and well, as if they had never been lost. His eyes locked onto Ciel, who stood amongst the revived, her presence a beacon of hope. "Ciel!" Rimuru called out, his voice trembling with emotion. "I am here, Rimuru-sama," Ciel responded, her tone steady and reassuring. Rimuru turned toward the source of the voice and saw Ciel standing before him. A mixture of relief and satisfaction crossed his face. "So, I really did it," he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. But as his gaze shifted, he noticed 5 figures standing a few meters behind Ciel, figures he didn't recognize. "And you are?" Rimuru asked, his curiosity piqued. Among the newcomers, 2 men and 3 women stood, their presence commanding attention. One of the men stepped forward with a respectful bow. "My lord, please allow me to introduce us," he said. He gestured to the 4 figures behind him. "These are the primordial demons you summoned, Violet, John, Blanc, and Noir. It is their greatest honor to serve you." "Primordial demons? What does that mean?" Rimuru wondered inwardly. "Primordial demons are the 7 oldest and most powerful demons in existence," Raphael explained calmly. "What? And they want to serve me?" Rimuru's mind raced with a mix of surprise and anxiety. "Master summoned them and granted them physical bodies using the remains of the army you destroyed. They witnessed your power and the resurrection of your people, and they are now bound to serve you. Demons will only serve someone they recognize as stronger than themselves." "Oh, I see. Thanks for the explanation, Raphael," Rimuru replied, feeling a bit more at ease. "If you wish to serve me, you must first earn your names," Rimuru declared, trying to project an air of authority. The 4 demons visibly brightened at this, especially Noir, who seemed particularly eager. "Very well," Rimuru continued, "Violet will now be known as Ultima, John will be Carrera, Blanc will be Testarossa, and Noir will be Diablo." He chose names inspired by supercars, a small personal touch that amused him. The demons evolved into their demon peer forms, a testament to their new status and power. Rimuru then turned his attention to the man who had introduced the demons. "And you are?" he asked, intrigued. "I am the slime you picked up on the road 6 months ago, my lord," the man replied with a humble bow. Rimuru's eyes widened in surprise. "Hold on, how do you have a human form, and how did you get out of my imaginary space?" Rimuru asked, his confusion evident. He remembered having stored the slime within himself, and this sudden transformation puzzled him. "My lord, if I may explain," the man began, "your ultimate skill allowed me to evolve. It transformed me from a stone slime into a gravitation slime, and provided me with a human form modeled after yours." Rimuru took a closer look at the man. The resemblance was striking. His hair was a deep blue with streaks of light blue, and his eyes shimmered with a dynamic, lightning-like pulse between blue and light blue. He was the same height as Rimuru, and his face bore a remarkable likeness to his own. "Raphael? What exactly happened?" Rimuru inquired, seeking clarification from his skill. Master's unique skill, Great Sage, recognized the potential within the stone slime. As a result, it evolved into a gravitation slime and was granted a human form. This transformation was facilitated by the connection to Master, resulting in a form that closely resembles you. This occurred before I evolved from the unique skill, Great Sage, to the ultimate skill, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. Rimuru absorbed this information, his mind whirring with the implications. The realization of having a duplicate in human form, born from his own powers, added another layer to the already complex situation. "Master, I would like to inform you that if the individual gravitation slime is granted a name, it will evolve further, becoming the strongest entity under your command. I have also taught it a few skills, hoping to make it a reliable right hand for you." "So, you took the liberty of experimenting with the slime?" "Well, there's no undoing it now. If you think it's worthwhile, we'll give it a try. Rimuru thought, feeling a touch of annoyance. All right, I'll assign specific roles to give everyone a sense of purpose, Rimuru said, then turned his attention to the 4 demons. Ultima, you'll be in charge of managing the prison. Carrera, you'll act as the chief of security. Testarossa, you'll handle political matters and work on rebuilding Falmouth. Diablo, you'll be my personal butler. Rimuru assigned these roles based on Raphael's recommendations. Rimuru turned his attention back to the man, who seemed to resemble him more with each passing moment. You will be my right-hand man for now. If you can't live up to that role, you'll lose the position. Understood? Yes, my lord. I am honored to accept the position, the man replied, bowing deeply. Good. You also need a name. From now on, you shall be called Gravian, Rimuru declared, naming him after his core strength. The individual gained power, but as Raphael had mentioned, he did not evolve. Why didn't he evolve? Rimuru inquired. It seems that Gravian is deliberately holding back his evolution, possibly waiting for a specific condition or moment he deems right. Oh, so he has a particular evolution in mind? I'll leave him to it and see how it unfolds. Rimuru thought to himself. Afterward, Tempest held a grand festival to celebrate their lord's remarkable evolution and the successful resurrection of their people. The city, once marred by devastation, was now alive with vibrant colors and joyous celebrations. As the festival continued, Rimuru took time to acknowledge and thank those who had played crucial roles in the city's recovery and protection. His new right-hand man, Gravian, was introduced to the people, and the 4 primordial demons Ultima, Carrera, Testarossa, and Diablo were given their respective roles in the city. Rimuru made his way to the cave where Veldora had once been sealed, guided by Raphael's notification that the infinite imprisonment had been lifted. Upon arriving, Rimuru created a clone and transferred Veldora's soul into it. The clone's form began to shift, morphing into a towering, muscular figure with striking blonde hair. As the transformation completed, Veldora's new body exuded both power and charisma, mirroring the grandeur of his dragon form while embracing a formidable humanoid shape. Ahahaha. Rimuru, my sworn brother. You've freed me far quicker than I expected. And in just 2 years, you've evolved into a true demon lord. As expected of the sworn brother of Veldora Tempest, the storm dragon. Ahahaha. Veldora proclaimed with immense pride, his new, powerful form reflecting his exuberance. You even managed to win the heart of the only daughter of my late brother. To be honest, I didn't expect you to pull something like that. Ahahaha. Veldora said, referring to Milim with a playful grin. Rimuru, taken aback, asked, Wait, how do you know about that? Veldora chuckled. I was bored, so I took a peek into your memories. I found out about that manga you enjoy. Could you share some more with me? After their conversation, Rimuru and Veldora made their way to the city. Veldora, having contained his overwhelming aura, walked beside Rimuru with a cheerful, almost childlike enthusiasm. As they entered Tempest, the city was abuzz with surprise and awe. The residents were stunned to see that their lord was not only a demon lord but also a friend of the true dragon Veldora. The atmosphere was a mixture of excitement and reverence. Cheyenne and Diablo, observing the scene, had expressions that said, of course, Rimuru-sama would be friends with a true dragon. Their faces showed a blend of pride and understanding. As if they had always known that Rimuru's connections and power were beyond the ordinary. In contrast, Gravian's reaction was notably different. He seemed calm and composed, his demeanor suggesting that he was not particularly surprised. After all, having spent 6 months with Veldora within Rimuru's realm, he was already well acquainted with the true dragon. The following day, King Gazel arrived in Tempest, having heard more rumors from his spies. These rumors spoke of Rimuru's recent evolution and the supposed army that had attacked the city. Despite the unsettling news, King Ciel chose to maintain a diplomatic facade, pretending that the army's invasion had never occurred. As he entered the city, Ciel was greeted with a mix of awe and wariness from the citizens. The sight of Veldora, the true dragon, only added to the sense of reverence that Rimuru commanded. King Ciel approached Rimuru with a practiced smile and an air of cordiality. "Rimuru, I've come to congratulate you on your remarkable achievements. It seems you've made quite an impression, both in your recent evolution and in the manner you've handled the challenges faced by your people." Rimuru nodded, appreciating the gesture. "Thank you, King Ciel. It's good to see you here. I'm glad to have the opportunity to discuss matters with you in person." Ciel glanced around at the bustling city, his expression one of respectful curiosity. "Tempest appears to be flourishing under your leadership. I must say, I'm impressed by the progress you've made." Rimuru took a moment to assess Ciel's demeanor. The king's attempt to sidestep the issue of the invasion was evident, but Rimuru decided to let it pass for now. "We've worked hard to rebuild and grow stronger. There's still much to be done, but we're on the right path." As Rimuru and King Ciel prepared to head into a meeting, the scene grew more dynamic with the arrival of several important figures. Archduke Harald Grimwald from Sorceress Dynasty of Sarayan, the father of Ellen, came with deep concern for his daughter and sought to meet the new demon lord in person. Alongside him were Fuse, the guild master of the Free Guild's Blumen branch and assistant supervisor of Blumen Kingdom's intelligence department, and Yum, the adventurer whom Rimuru had allowed others to believe had dealt with the orc disaster. Yum had been trained by Hakuro and was present as well. Ellen and her party were also in attendance, and in a surprising twist, Veldora was lounging on a sofa, engrossed in reading manga. When everyone was assembled, Diablo introduced the guests, including Veldora, which astonished those who were unaware of the true dragon's presence. During the meeting, they discussed several important matters. To address the political fallout and manage perceptions, they agreed on a strategic narrative. Yum would be presented as the new king of Falmet, with rumors circulating that he had negotiated with Rimuru to spare the king and archbishop. It would also be spread that Veldora had been the one to defeat the army, while Rimuru had managed to calm him down. Meanwhile, as the discussions continued, a panicked pixie suddenly fluttered into the room. It was Ramiris, her tiny frame vibrating with distress. "Rimuru, we've got a serious problem," she exclaimed, her words coming out in a jumble of panic. Before the situation could escalate further, Gravian gently scooped Ramiris into his hands and soothed her, allowing her to regain her composure before speaking to Rimuru again. Once Ramiris had calmed down, she continued, "Rimuru, Clayman has called for a Walpurgis, and you will be the center of the discussion." Rimuru frowned, clearly puzzled. "What exactly is a Walpurgis?" "It's a gathering of demon lords," King Ciel interjected, his tone somber. "It's said that such events signal a major disaster." Ramiris, still flitting anxiously, looked at King Ciel and replied, "Oh, you humans don't know everything about our meetings. Not every Walpurgis is a sign of impending doom." Her nonchalant attitude stunned everyone in the room, as she spoke with the authority of someone who was evidently more than she appeared. King Ciel, bewildered, turned to Rimuru and asked, Rimuru, who is this pixie?" Rimuru sighed, clearly accustomed to the surprises his world often threw at him. "Despite her appearance, this is Spirit Queen Ramiris. She is also a demon lord." The revelation left everyone in the room in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. After the revelation, Gravian gently carried Ramiris over to Veldora. Ramiris was initially stunned to see the storm dragon, but it didn't take long for her to settle into a comfortable routine. Before long, she joined Veldora on the sofa, enthusiastically diving into the manga he was reading. With Ramiris now content and engaged, Rimuru turned to her and asked, "Ramiris, can I join you as well?" Ramiris, her anxiety now replaced by curiosity and excitement, nodded. "Of course. I'll let Guy know about this," she said, referring to Guy Crimson, one of the other prominent demon lords. With only a week remaining before the Walpurgis, Rimuru busied himself with preparations. Given the gravity of the upcoming meeting, he wanted to ensure everything was in order. One significant task was relocating all of Carrion's people to Tempest temporarily. The news of Carrion's death and the destruction of his city, reportedly at the hands of Milim, had reached Rimuru. He also learned that Milim was under someone's control, which filled him with a mix of anger and concern. With Rimur getting Permidion to come, Testarossa executing Rimurus' orders to make Yum the new king of Falmouth, and Rimuru's army ready to proceed with their tasks, all that remained was the wait for the Walpurgis to begin. Rimuru, now dressed in his typical demon lord attire, black pants and shoes, a black shirt with golden lines, and a black jacket, stood ready. He was waiting with Ramiris, the air thick with anticipation for what was to come. Raphael recommended that Rimuru take Diablo with him to the Walpurgis to ensure he received the respect he needed from the other demon lords. Additionally, it was advised that Gravian, as Rimuru's right-hand man, manage Diablo during their time there. This would provide a cohesive leadership structure and help maintain order. Rimuru considered the options carefully. He thought about bringing Cheyenne along, but Raphael had personally trained Gravian, making him an ideal candidate for this particular mission. Despite Diablo's peculiarities, he had demonstrated an impeccable ability to execute orders to perfection. Gravian, having been specially trained by Raphael, would complement Diablo's skills and ensure that things ran smoothly. Ultimately, Rimuru decided that Gravian and Diablo would be his primary representatives at the Walpurgis. Gravian's role would be to manage Diablo while also serving as Rimuru's right-hand man. This arrangement was not only practical but also strategically sound, ensuring that Rimuru's interests would be well represented and efficiently handled during the crucial meeting. Ramiris is bringing Beretta and trainee. Suddenly, a black gate rose from the ground, and a green-haired maid emerged. "Good evening, I have come to escort you. Please follow me," she proclaimed. "Oi, Misery, long time no see. How are you and Rain doing these days?" Ramiris spoke to the maid. "We are doing well, as always, Miss Ramiris," the maid replied. As they followed Misery, Rimuru's curiosity got the better of him. He decided to analyze her power. "Raphael, how strong is she?" "She is nearly as strong as Diablo." "It depends on the situation, but I believe Diablo would win. However, she is a primordial demon, just like Diablo." "That's quite a roster of primordial demons I've encountered under my command now. Seems like I'm making quite an impact." Ramiris mentioned that Guy Crimson is also a primordial. "That leaves just one primordial I haven't met or heard about out of the 7. Thus, they arrived at the room. The room was vast and circular, dominated by a large round table in the center with 10 seats arranged around it. Only one person was present, a man with long red hair. His eyes were closed, but he opened them when Ramiris flew in and addressed him. "Hey, Guy, we're here. How have you been?" They exchanged a few words. Ramiris then took a seat on his left, while Rimuru chose a seat directly across from him. As Rimuru settled into his chair, he met the man's gaze. Those eyes seemed to blend deceit and seduction, but they were primarily unsettling. The man then closed his eyes once more. As time passed, the other attendees began to arrive. First came a towering giant named Degrul, followed by a fallen angel known as Dino. Next was a vampire named Valentine, who exuded strength, though his mate seemed even more formidable. Finally, a strikingly handsome man with long blonde hair entered, the infamous Leon Cromwell. Before Leon took his seat, he paused beside Rimuru and gave him a scrutinizing look. "So, you're Rimuru Tempest, the one I've heard about. You look rather familiar. You'll also like..." Rimuru met his gaze. "If you're referring to Shizu, then yes, she was my friend. Unfortunately, she passed away after Ifrit overtook her. I inherited my appearance from her." Leon's expression remained unchanged as he responded, "Well, I did what I could to keep her alive. It's not my fault she couldn't accept Ifrit." Rimuru's eyes narrowed. "I did promise her I would give you a punch if I ever met you. So, may I?" Leon's gaze was indifferent. "If you have business with me, you can visit my domain. Until then, let's end this conversation." With that, he took his seat, signaling the end of their exchange. The door opened once again, this time admitting Harpai Fry. She was accompanied by a man with a lion's head, whose presence radiated authority. "Notice, from the aura reading, I believe the man accompanying Demon Lord Fry is Demon Lord Carrion. I thought he was dead. At least I don't have to worry about his people." Shortly after Fry settled into her seat, Milim entered the room. Her expression was void of emotion, almost as if she had lost her soul. Rimuru's heart leapt at the sight of Milim after months of separation. Few noticed the genuine joy lighting up his face, only Guy and Degrul, perhaps. Others, like Ramiris, were blissfully unaware. As Rimuru took in the sight of Milim, he noticed a tall figure trailing closely behind her. The man was strikingly pale, with white hair and garments that seemed almost otherworldly. Without warning, the tall man struck Milim from behind, delivering a sharp blow to her head. "Move faster, you useless being!" The room erupted in shocked gasps. Everyone expected Milim to retaliate fiercely, but instead, she quietly took a seat beside Guy, her face a mask of stoic indifference. Rimuru's anger ignited like a wildfire at the sight of this man's aggression towards Milim. His aura flared so intensely that a small but noticeable crack formed in the table. The subtle yet undeniable shift in energy was felt by everyone present, except the tall man himself. The crack in the table served as a stark reminder of Rimuru's immense power, a power magnified by the countless souls he had absorbed during his evolution. While he might not match Milim, Guy, or Degrul in raw strength, his power was still a significant threat to the remaining demon lords. But at that moment, all his focus was on the tall man who had dared to strike someone Rimuru cherished. This was Clayman, the very demon lord he had heard so much about, and now he had audaciously laid hands on Milim. Diablo, witnessing his lord's fury, was on the verge of eliminating Clayman on the spot. However, Gravian intervened, using thought communication to remind him that nothing is sweeter than revenge served by one's own hand. "Notice, Master's aura is becoming increasingly unstable. Please calm down." Raphael's warning jolted Rimuru back to his senses. He took a deep breath, regaining control over his aura with practiced ease. With a fluid motion, he used magic to repair the damaged table, the crack vanishing as if it had never existed. Rimuru's gaze shifted to Milim, his concern evident. He called Diablo, who materialized beside her with a small cake in hand. Diablo gently offered it to Milim, who accepted it without a word. The gesture seemed to offer a small semblance of comfort amidst the tension. The other demon lords watched with curious eyes, but no one commented on the exchange. Clayman, slightly puzzled by the unexpected display, chose to ignore it for the moment. He allowed Milim to eat the cake, though the damage had already been done by his earlier aggressive action. The room was filled with an uneasy silence, the weight of Clayman's hostility hanging heavily in the air. Clayman began the Walpurgis, addressing the assembled demon lords with dramatic flair. His voice resonated through the Grand Hall as he portrayed Rimuru as a grave threat to their collective safety. Clayman spun a web of deceit, accusing Rimuru of numerous fabricated crimes and exaggerating his actions to stir distrust and animosity. His rhetoric was charged with malicious intent, aimed at turning the demon lords against Rimuru and sowing seeds of discord. As Clayman concluded his accusations, a tense silence filled the room. Guy, the demon lord who had been observing the proceedings with a calm demeanor, turned his attention to Rimuru. His eyes, sharp and discerning, invited Rimuru to speak. Rimuru took a moment to gather his thoughts, his expression shifting from the anger he had felt earlier to a calm, composed resolve. He began to refute Clayman's accusations with clarity and precision. "Allow me to set the record straight," Rimuru began, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "Clayman's claims are nothing but a web of lies. I have not committed the acts he describes. His accusations are baseless and intended to deceive you." He continued, dismantling each false accusation with evidence and reason, his words cutting through the tension in the room. As he spoke, Rimuru's demeanor was one of unwavering confidence, and his arguments were backed by the truth. The demon lords listened intently, their expressions shifting as the weight of Rimuru's words began to settle in. By the end of Rimuru's statement, the atmosphere had changed. The demon lords, who had been swayed by Clayman's manipulations, now looked to Rimuru with a mixture of curiosity and respect. The stage was set for the rest of the Walpurgis, with the balance of power hanging precariously in the balance. As Rimuru finished his statement, Clayman's attempts to continue were abruptly cut short. Suddenly, a chair flew through the air, smashing into the wall beside Clayman with a resounding crash. It barely missed Clayman's head, and the sheer force of it caused him to flinch, nearly soiling himself in fear. Rimuru's anger was palpable. He had hurled the chair with unrestrained fury, his patience wearing thin. "Clayman," Rimuru's voice was low and menacing, "you're a demon lord, aren't you? If you have such a problem with me, why don't you just end it right here?" Guy, observing the mounting tension, spoke up with an air of challenge. "Clayman, if you have issues with Rimuru, why don't you show your resolve and deal with him directly?" Sensing Guy's hint of an impending conflict, Rimuru quickly transported the Grand Round Table into his storage dimension, clearing the space in the center of the room. He stood defiantly in the middle of the room, his presence commanding the attention of all present. "Clayman," Rimuru's voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain, "let me make one thing clear. The moment you entered this room, it became evident that you are the weakest here. If any of the more powerful demon lords here were to release even a fraction of their true power, you'd be nothing more than a fleeting shadow." Clayman, observing the interaction, prepared to command Milim to fight on his behalf. However, before he could utter a word, Gravian swiftly moved into action. With a decisive grip, Gravian seized Clayman from behind, slamming his head into the floor with a forceful strike. "You will remain silent while my lord is speaking," Gravian declared calmly, his voice steady and unwavering. The sudden, decisive action left the room in stunned silence. "Let him go, I'll handle this myself," Rimuru commanded, his voice calm but firm. Gravian, acknowledging the order, released his hold on Clayman and stepped back to stand beside Rimuru on his right side. Rimuru fixed his gaze on Clayman, observing his futile attempts to maintain composure. With a cold, calculated calmness, he began to speak. "Kings possess honor. Soldiers display bravery. Poets are endowed with heart. But me?" Rimuru's voice grew colder, his eyes burning with intensity. "All I have is rage." As the final word left his lips, his aura exploded from within him. The sheer force of it shattered the air, sending deep cracks spidering across the walls and floor of the room, resonating with an unyielding, terrifying power. All the demon lords were stunned by the display of power. Until now, Raphael had done an exceptional job concealing Rimuru's true strength, leaving them largely unaware of the full extent of his capabilities. But now, the palpable tension in the air was enough to make even the most stoic of them uneasy. De Grull, though appearing calm, had a glint of amusement in his eyes. Ramiris, visibly shaken, had taken refuge behind Guy, her tiny frame trembling with fear. Guy himself, though slightly amused, maintained a protective stance over the others who were at risk of being crushed by the overwhelming pressure. He shielded those who might have been in severe danger, such as Fry and Leon. Meanwhile, Clayman lay crumpled on the ground, gasping for breath, his entire body feeling as though it were being slowly and inexorably crushed under Rimuru's immense aura. The once arrogant demon lord was now utterly powerless, a mere speck beneath the weight of Rimuru's fury. Rimuru stood poised, his rage so palpable it seemed as if he could annihilate everyone in the room. His focus was solely on Clayman, and the cracks in the room continued to widen with each passing moment. Just as it seemed the very fabric of the room might give way, Milim sprang into action. Moving with a speed that blurred the eye, she wrapped her arms around Rimuru, her face etched with concern and her eyes shimmering with tears. "Calm down. You're going to destroy this place," she pleaded. The unexpected contact broke through Rimuru's overwhelming fury. He looked down at Milim, his expression softening, and he returned her embrace. His aura shifted from a menacing tempest to a warm, soothing presence. As it did, the cracks in the room began to close, the damage mending as if healed by his gentle embrace. Gradually, the oppressive tension dissipated, and the room returned to its former state, though the residual awe and fear remained palpable among the assembled demon lords. As Clayman regained his breath and began to grasp the gravity of the situation, shock overwhelmed him. Ramiris, de Gruel, Dino, and Leon shared his astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Guy, Fry, and the maid of Demon Lord Valentine exhibited knowing expressions, clearly aware of the relationship between Rimuru and Milim. Before Clayman could utter a word, Rimuru, still holding Milim tightly, spoke without even glancing at the chaos around him. His voice was calm, yet laced with an unmistakable edge. "Diablo." Clayman vanished in a burst of black light, retreating to Diablo's personal dimension. Guy, observing this, turned his attention to Rimuru with a curious expression. "I can understand why he serves you, but could you explain why Noir has both a name and a physical form?" Rimuru, breaking his embrace with Milim, looked at Guy calmly. "I needed a butler," he said simply. "And if it's any consolation, Blanc, Violet, and John are under my command as well." "What? Are you trying to upset the balance of power in this world?" Guy exclaimed, his annoyance evident. "Master," Gravian spoke up, requesting permission to address the situation. Rimuru nodded in acknowledgement. Gravian faced Guy with a composed demeanor. "Sir, the four of them chose to serve my lord of their own accord. He accepted their service willingly. The power balance will be managed accordingly. There's no need for concern." Guy seemed momentarily appeased by Gravian's calm assurance. "Fine, I'll let it go for now. But I have another question." He turned his gaze toward Milim. "Milim, care to explain?" Milim looked at Guy with a puzzled expression. Explain what?" Guy's look was one of mild exasperation. "I mean, when did the two of you become involved?" Milim's face flushed a bright red. "Well, let's just say Rimuru has quite the romantic streak." Rimuru raised an eyebrow at her response. De Gruel, with a small grin and a touch of sarcasm, interjected, "Are you telling us that all it took to win over the Destroyer was a bit of romance?" "It took more than just that," Rimuru replied, casting a sidelong glance at de Gruel. Milim looked at Rimuru with a radiant smile, as if to say, "But it was worth it, wasn't it?" Seeing that smile, Rimuru's heart, though not literally present, felt a skip of joy. Once again, he was grateful for the life he had as a slime. Rimuru decided to shift the focus. "So, Milim, I heard that you were involved in the incident with Carrion," he said, glancing at the man with the lion mask. The man, meeting Rimuru's gaze, removed his mask to reveal himself as Carrion. "Fortunately, she didn't kill me, but she did destroy my city." "I now understand why she's known as the Destroyer," Carrion said, his voice laced with a mix of annoyance and apprehension. Fry then spoke up. "I took Carrion to my city, and we managed to deceive Clayman into believing he was dead." Milim added, "We wanted to uncover who Clayman is working for. Someone must be orchestrating his actions. Clayman isn't clever enough to devise such a complex scheme on his own." Rimuru then settled into his chair, with Gravian standing right behind him. "Diablo," he called out. From a burst of black light, Diablo materialized beside Rimuru, dragging an almost unconscious Clayman along with him. Milim, seemingly unaware of any formality, plopped down onto Rimuru's lap as if it were her rightful seat. She drew a few curious glances from the others, but no one dared comment. Rimuru, while slightly embarrassed, didn't mind it too much. "So, did you manage to get anything useful out of him during your interrogation?" Rimuru asked Diablo. The only valuable information he provided was a name, Kazarium. He mentioned it while pleading for help, Rimuru-sama, Diablo replied. Carrion, now seated in the previously vacant chair, spoke up with a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Wait, are you talking about Demon Lord Kazarium? He's been dead for quite some time now, hasn't he?" He glanced at Leon for confirmation. Leon frowned, struggling to recall any details. "I don't remember him," he admitted, his tone flat. The other demon lords looked around, clearly puzzled and unfamiliar with the name. "The one you killed to become a demon lord?" Carrion asked Leon, annoyance in his voice. Leon's expression remained impassive. "I don't remember every insignificant demon I've killed," he said dismissively. Turning to Milim, Carrion added, "You remember, right? You and he were among those who voted for me to become a demon lord." Milim's eyes suddenly widened. "Oh, you mean the Curse Lord?" "Yes, I remember now. He was always wearing that ridiculous clown mask. Honestly, I have no idea what he looked like underneath." "Master," Diablo requested permission to speak. Rimuru nodded, granting him the go-ahead. When that low-life claimant was resisting, Diablo began, he evolved himself into a true demon lord, and this mask appeared on his face. With that, Diablo produced a white mask, holding it up for everyone to see. Moderate Harlequin Alliance, Tyri suddenly interjected, drawing Rimuru's irritated gaze. "You mean the clowns again?" Rimuru asked, his frustration evident. "Well, either way, I don't think we're going to get anything more from him." Rimuru stood up, gently shifting Milim to sit on the armrest of his chair. He approached Clayman and grabbed him by the face, his voice a chilling growl. "Oh, don't think you'll die peacefully or escape with your astral form." He then activated thought acceleration on Clayman, stretching a single second into what felt like hours or days for him. Next, Rimuru invoked Beelzebub. A dark mist erupted from his hand, enveloping Clayman and consuming his entire body in a suffocating black cloud. With that, Rimuru turned to sit back in his chair, but then he suddenly paused and turned to the side, sensing something. Without warning, he leapt into the air and brought down a powerful punch, striking an unseen force that had materialized out of nowhere. It was Veldora, who had summoned himself to Rimuru and took the punch squarely in the head. The unexpected arrival of the storm dragon elicited a curious reaction. Demon Lord Valentine's maid appeared visibly pleased, though the rest of the room looked on in confusion. "Veldora, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay home?" Rimuru asked, his tone a mix of irritation and surprise. Veldora, seemingly unfazed and still clutching his manga, replied with a sheepish grin, "Well, I wanted to read the next chapter of this manga, but when I opened the cover, it was something else entirely. Now I don't have anything to read." "Why'd you do that?" Rimuru chuckled lightly. "Oh, yeah, I did that. I thought it would be funny." Rimuru returned to his seat and Milim slid back from the armrest to his lap again. With a wave of his hand, Rimuru restored the table to its original place and began to explain the situation to Veldora, who had taken his place as an honored guest. As Rimuru detailed the events that had transpired, the room's atmosphere shifted. With the demon lords listening intently while Milim snuggled contentedly against Rimuru. After Rimuru's explanation, Guy addressed the assembly. "Well, to me, you've proven yourself worthy of the title of Demon Lord. Is anyone opposed to this?" He surveyed the room, and no one voiced any objections. Most seemed to accept Rimuru's new status, except for Demon Lord Valentine. If it were up to me, I wouldn't allow a mere slime to hold the title of Demon Lord, Valentine declared with a sneer. The remark didn't sit well with Diablo, Veldora and Milim. Milim's face flushed with anger. "Who are you calling lowly?" she roared, slamming her hands on the table. Diablo was once more restrained by Gravian. Veldora, visibly irritated, floated toward Valentine. "Hey, Roy, don't you think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself?" he said, glaring at Valentine. "Lewdness, this servant of yours is quite rude. Want me to teach him a lesson?" He turned his gaze to the vampire maid. "I am but a mere servant of my lord," the maid said, trying to deflect Veldora's challenge. But Veldora continued as if he were casually commenting on the weather. "No, I'm certain you're a demon lord. I believe I may have even destroyed your city or something like that," he said nonchalantly. "What are you talking about, dragon?" Roy tried to retort, but the maid cut him off. "That's enough, Roy. They already know," she said sharply. Turning to Veldora, she added, "And as for you, you despicable lizard, I am a luminous." As she said this, her maid outfit glowed and transformed into a more gothic style, emphasizing her declaration with a dramatic change in attire. "Veldora, you can't just say that," Milim exclaimed, her attempt to whisper failing as her voice rang out loudly. She was trying to keep her identity a secret. "Oops," Veldora said with a feigned innocence, though it was clear he hadn't realized the implications. "Roy, you can go home now," Luminous instructed, with a firm tone. "But, my lady," Roy began to protest. "Just go," Luminous interrupted decisively. With that command, Roy transformed into a swarm of bats and swiftly flew out. Luminous then took the seat Roy had vacated. "As for me, I have no problem with this," she said, her gaze shifting to Rimuru. Rimuru nodded at Luminous in acknowledgement, appreciating her support. "Well, with that, I officially welcome you among us," Guy proclaimed. "Before we proceed to the topic of territories, does anyone have anything to say about the Walpurgis?" "I have something to say," Fry spoke up, catching Guy's attention. He nodded for her to continue. "I would like to step down from my title as a demon lord and become Milim's subordinate." Milim's eyes widened in surprise as she remained perched on Rimuru's lap. "Wait, I didn't hear about this," she said, her tone tinged with concern. "That's because I didn't tell you. I wanted to make sure you couldn't reject me," Fry answered. "Well, I'm rejecting you now," Milim said firmly. "I would also like to speak," Carrion added, catching Guy's eye. Guy nodded for him to continue. "I, too, would like to step down and become Milim's subordinate." "What?" Milim shouted. "Oh, and why is that?" Guy asked Carrion. "The truth is, I lost to Milim in a fight, and as a warrior with pride, this is the right thing to do. I want to rebuild my kingdom with Milim as the ruler." "Of course, I will still be the king of my people," Carrion explained. "My officials informed me that we've captured all of Clayman's forces," Rimuru said to Carrion. "I will help you rebuild using them." "Oh, thank you," Carrion replied. "Well, okay, but it's sad. I expected you to evolve into a true demon lord given another century," Guy said. "I still want to become stronger, so don't worry," Carrion reassured him. "Well, okay. I allow that," Guy said with satisfaction after hearing Carrion's resolve. "But I don't!" Milim yelled at Fry and Carrion. "Well, you beat me and destroyed my city. Don't you think you owe that to my people?" Carrion said, his face taking on a businesslike expression. "And you wouldn't say no to a friend, right?" Fry added, both of them pressuring Milim. As she sat on Rimuru's lap, she looked at him with eyes that clearly pleaded for help. Rimuru looked back at her with a gentle smile, the one Milim knew and loved very well. She turned red and shouted, "Fine, do what you want, I don't care." As everyone fell silent, Rimuru suddenly spoke. Well, that makes 8 of us, huh? The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, growing darker and heavier. Everyone looked as if they had seen a nightmare, except for Rimuru, who remained clueless. Not again, Dino shouted. I don't want to, Ramiris cried out. Whyy. Milim sighed sadly. Do we really need to? Even Luminous, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, looked gloomy as she asked Guy. As much as I don't want to, we must do it, Guy replied, looking just as glum. Am I the only one who doesn't know what's happening? Yes. What's happening exactly? Rimuru asked them. We don't have a name now, de Gruel surprisingly told him. Is that really such a big problem? Rimuru asked. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Well, my friend Rimuru is good at naming ha. Veldora proudly proclaimed. That's true. I saw you named some monsters too. Milim said as if happy that she don't have to do it. Fufu, of course. After all, it's our master. Diablo could be heard from behind. Really, they just want to throw it at me. Rimuru cried in his mind. Guy, hearing that, seized the opportunity. Well, in that case, as a new member, I am giving you the right to name us. Yeah, no thanks, Rimuru quickly turned him down. Guy just smiled at him, then touched the table and split it in two, creating a path between him and Rimuru. He walked up to Rimuru and said, but you will do it because it's a great honor, leaning in close to Rimuru's ear as he spoke. Not to mention, you're the reason we have fewer demon lords, anyway. Suddenly, a hand pushed Guy's face away from Rimuru. Hands off, you evil demon. He's mine. It was Milim, looking decidedly unhappy. Come on, Milim. A little sharing never hurt anyone, Guy spoke, his tone playful. Well, it will hurt you, she yelled at him, her eyes practically screaming, touch him and I'll kill you. The other demon lords began to sweat bullets. They knew that if Guy and Milim fought here, they wouldn't come out uninjured. Meanwhile, Veldora watched the two like they were kids fighting over a toy. Rimuru, seeing the escalating tension, quickly hugged Milim from behind with one arm and pulled her close, while using the other hand to gesture at Guy, as if telling him to stop. Okay, I'll do it, so calm down, you two. Both of them relaxed, with Guy looking pleased at getting what he wanted. But don't be angry if you don't like it, Rimuru said, contemplating a fitting name for the Demon Lord Council. After a moment of thought, he looked up at the ceiling and suggested, how about Octagram? The suggestion left all the Demon Lords stunned by how swiftly and aptly he had come up with a name. Seeing that no one objected, Guy declared, very well. From now on, we shall be known and feared as Octagram. The atmosphere in the room shifted, a sense of unity and new purpose filling the space. Rimuru's quick thinking and creativity had impressed everyone present, further solidifying his place among the demon lords. With the new title and the council's name settled, Rimuru couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had not only managed to integrate himself into the ranks of the most powerful beings in the world but also contributed meaningfully to their legacy. The newly christened Octagram was now officially recognized, and the council members looked at each other with a renewed sense of camaraderie and respect. Rimuru, still holding Milim close, felt a wave of relief wash over him. The tensions had eased, and a new chapter in their collective story had begun. Rain, the blue-haired maid of Guy, stepped forward. Allow me to introduce all the members once again. Rouge, Guy Crimson, Lord of Darkness. Dragonoid, Milim Nava, Destroyer. Spirit Queen, Ramiris, Labyrinth. True Giant, de Gruel, Earthquake. Vampire, Luminous Valentine, Queen of Nightmares. Fallen, Dino, Sleeping Ruler. Demonoid, Leon Cromwell, Platinum Saber. As Rain prepared to introduce Rimuru, Guy spoke up. And the ultimate slime, Rimuru Tempest, Chaos Creator. Guy paused, taking a sip of his wine. Rimuru, hearing his new title, was a bit surprised but pleased with how it sounded. Now, with that done, it's time to talk about territories. Rain, bring the map, Guy commanded. Rain stepped forward and laid out the map on the table. The discussion that followed was surprisingly brief. Fry and Carrion's territories were officially handed over to Milim, while the entire Jura forest was assigned to Rimuru. The rest of the territories remained unchanged. With that settled, let's move forward, Guy proclaimed, signaling the end of the discussion. The demon lords nodded in agreement, satisfied with the distribution. Rain and Misery have prepared food for us, so if you could wait a few minutes for them to finish, we'll begin, Guy said. Oh, and I actually brought gifts for all of you, Rimuru added. Diablo moved around the room, handing each demon lord a bottle of wine. This wine is made from the fruits grown in Carrion's territory, Rimuru explained. As they tasted the wine, their reactions clearly showed their appreciation. Wow, this is really good, Ramaris exclaimed. Not bad at all, Luminous remarked with a satisfied nod. This tastes quite good, De Grohl commented, savoring the flavor. Meanwhile, Dino cradled the bottle like it was a baby's bottle, savoring each sip with great care. Milim didn't even touch her bottle, having already enjoyed it earlier. Guy then turned to Rimuru. So, may I ask where you suddenly came from? After all, someone as powerful as you couldn't just appear out of nowhere and build a nation in just a few years. Well, Rimuru began, I'm from another world. One day, while going about my life, I was stabbed and died on the spot. The next thing I remember is waking up as a slime inside the cave where Veldora was sealed. Do you remember your past life? De Grohl asked. Well, yes, Rimuru replied. Milim, having already heard this before from Rimuru, didn't seem surprised or particularly interested in the conversation. Well, that's a first. I haven't heard of anything like that before, Luminous commented. And why did you build that nation of yours? Guy asked. Well, when it all began, I had just emerged from the cave, and a few goblins asked me for help. At that time, I didn't even have a human form. I started assisting them, and somewhere along the way, I became who I am now, Rimuru explained. Ha ha ha. He is my sworn brother, after all. Of course he could achieve something like that in such a short time. Veldora declared proudly. At that moment, Misery stepped up to Guy and said, My lord, Lady Velzard is on her way. Upon hearing this, Veldora froze in his seat, a look of dread crossing his face. Moments later, Velzard entered the room. Hey, Velzard. What brings you here? Guy asked, glancing at her. Well, I was feeling a bit bored and sensed the aura from earlier, including my little brothers, Velzard replied. She then took a seat in the chair Misery had prepared for her. And Misery is cooking, so I thought I'd drop by. Velzard then turned her gaze to Rimuru, where Milim was comfortably seated on his lap. So, you must be the one with that aura I sensed earlier, and the boyfriend of my niece that I've heard about, Velzard said. I apologize for any trouble my brother may have caused. Rimuru chuckled lightly. Oh, it's quite all right. I've learned how to handle him without resorting to violence, though admittedly, I can't really scratch him. Velzard then addressed Milim. Why don't you ever visit your aunt, Milim? We could use a proper girl talk. Milim's eyes sparkled with excitement as an idea formed. Okay, I will. And I'll bring Shuna, Cheyenne, and Fry along with me, she declared enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Rimuru couldn't shake the feeling that an issue was on the horizon. As Misery and Rain entered with the food, setting it down for everyone, the room filled with the sounds of eating and casual conversation. Rimuru, still deep in thought, glanced over at Luminous. So, Luminous, he began, are you, by any chance, the same individual known as God Luminous? Luminous raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Yes, that's me. It's a useful way to govern people without them fearing me, given my status as a vampire. Why do you ask? Rimuru leaned in slightly, his curiosity piqued. Well, some time ago, Hinata Sakaguchi from your territory tried to kill me. I was just curious about the connection. Oh, well, sorry about that, Luminous replied calmly. As the meal came to an end, the guests began to depart. Dino and Ramiris were passed out drunk on the table from the wine, and de Gruel, ever the considerate friend, lifted Dino onto his shoulder and prepared to leave, as Dino didn't have his own territory and was currently residing with him. It wasn't long before only Guy, Ramiris, Rimuru, and Milim remained in the room. Well, I'm heading out now. See you all soon, Guy said, offering a nod before departing. Rimuru turned to Beretta. Could you please take Ramiris home? Yes, Sir Rimuru, Beretta replied, lifting Ramiris and guiding her out of the room with Trainee. Fry glanced at Milim. We should head to Milim's place. Yes, we're going to Tempest, Milim agreed enthusiastically. Carrion and Fry exchanged a look, and then Fry said, you have your own domain that you should be focusing on. That can wait, Milim insisted. I haven't been to Tempest in ages, and I promised to take you there, so you can't say no. Fry sighed. Fine, I suppose we could go for now. Well, all of my people are there anyway, Carrion added. With that, Rimuru and Milim walked arm in arm, followed by Veldora, Gravian, Diablo, Fry, and Carrion. The group set off towards Tempest. When Rimuru, Milim, and their companions arrived in Tempest, they were warmly greeted by Rimuru's officials. Benimaru, Hakuro, Sui, Geld, and Rigard quickly organized a small celebration in their honor. Meanwhile, Cheyenne and Shuna engaged in lively conversation with Milim. Milim, on the other hand, seemed inseparable from Rimuru, who eventually transformed into his slime form and allowed himself to be carried around by her. Milim cradled him in her hands or kept him on her lap the entire time, much like a beloved stuffed toy. Diablo regaled the group with tales of Walpurgis, narrating the events as if they were legendary bedtime stories. Benimaru, Geld, and Hakuro listened intently, though the demonic trio, Carrera and Ultima, absorbed the tale with childlike wonder. Testarossa maintained a more composed demeanor, while Diablo's storytelling was met with Veldora's approving nods, as if he had personally experienced the entire event. After some time, Rimuru reverted to his human form when Cheyenne brought out some alcohol. Despite his immunity to intoxication due to his poison nullification, he appreciated the gesture. Milim immediately perched herself on his lap once more, indulging in her gluttonous eating. As the festivities continued, Rimuru, accompanied by Benimaru, Sui, Hakuro, and Gravian, took a leisurely tour around the city. Milim, now half asleep, comfortably nestled on Rimuru's back, enjoying the ride as they made their way through the bustling streets. Geez, Milim, you're like a little dragon falling asleep after eating so much. Am I your pile of gold? Rimuru said gently, his tone playful as Milim barely mumbled a response. Why would a dragon sleep on gold, Sir Rimuru? Hakuro inquired, curious. Well, back in my world, dragons in fairy tales were known for hoarding gold and sleeping on it. There was even a saying that if someone loved money too much, they had dragon fever, Rimuru explained. I've never seen a dragon doing that myself, and I haven't encountered a dragon's lair, so I can't say for certain, Benimaru said, his tone teasing. But if it's true that dragons hoard and sleep on their favorite things, it makes sense that Lady Milim, being a dragonoid, might do it instinctively. You see, this is the life of a taken man, huh? Rimuru remarked with a chuckle. Well, I never had a girlfriend in my past life, so this makes me kind of happy. Rimuru shifted his focus to the group. So, Is there anything interesting going on with you all? Other than work or training, there isn't much, Rimuru replied. I'm too old for doing anything interesting in my free time, Hakuro added with a wise, amused chuckle. Not much, sir, Sui said, as reserved as ever. Rewriten then spoke up, actually, I was thinking of asking Sir Hakuro to teach me swordsmanship. Hold on, Rimuru said, a bit puzzled. As far as I know, you should be the strongest of my officials. You'll also like. Yes, but that's only on paper, Rewriten explained. While I may have strong abilities, I lack actual battle experience. I'd also like to become a swordsman. Well, I don't mind teaching you, Hakuro said. But be prepared for some intense training. Sounds good to me. I don't see a problem with it, Rimuru agreed. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. I'll do my best, Hakuro-sensei, Rewriten said, bowing his head slightly. After that, Rimuru asked Diablo to show Fry to a guest room and took Carrion to where his people were temporarily staying. With his tasks managed, Rimuru then took Milim, who was now more awake but still not fully alert, to his small Japanese-style house. He led her to his bed and planned to rest beside her, but Milim had other ideas. She settled on top of him, her gaze intense and demanding. Rimuru! This demon lord needs attention, or she might cause problems, Milim said in a seductive voice. And here I thought it would take a while for this little dragon to fully wake up, Rimuru replied with a wry smile. You know dragons. Greedy, hungry, and dangerous monsters, she said, leaning in and kissing him. While they were kissing, Rimuru's hand began to explore Milim's back, slowly moving towards her lower body. When his hand finally reached her hips, he made sure to be thorough. After a while, Milim pulled away from the kiss and said, Somebody's feeling quite bold tonight. First, you started it, and second, I haven't seen you in half a year. So, you can't stop me now, Rimuru replied with a grin. Rimuru suddenly woke up in the morning. As he looked around the room, he saw their clothes scattered everywhere and found Milim, naked, peacefully sleeping on his own bare body. Then Rimuru remembered what had happened the previous night and felt his cheeks flush slightly. So, this is what it's like to be a man, he whispered, glancing up at the ceiling with a slight blush. Well, I should make breakfast, he said, attempting to get up. However, with Milim sleeping on him, he found it impossible to move. I'm stuck, but not that I'm complaining. He waited for Milim to wake up, gently stroking her head. After a while, she slowly began to stir. When she partially opened her eyes and looked at Rimuru, she said with a playful smile, Oh, good morning, Slimy. Good morning, my sleepy princess, Rimuru replied, receiving a tender kiss on his cheek in return. Milim then sat up beside him, covering herself with a blanket. We made quite a mess, didn't we? She said, glancing around the room. We did, Rimuru agreed. I'll clean up and make breakfast, so just wait a moment. Rimuru sat up, focusing on cleaning up the room. In his preoccupation, he forgot that Milim was there and that he was still naked. Milim, meanwhile, was enjoying the view with a mischievous grin. It took Rimuru a moment to realize and, feeling slightly embarrassed, he quickly got dressed. Once he finished tidying up, he prepared breakfast for both of them. After eating, they headed to the town hall. On their way, they passed numerous people cleaning up after the celebration and greeted the citizens of Tempest. When they arrived at the town hall, Rimuru started on his paperwork. Shuna, with her intimidating smile, was once again overseeing things with her usual efficiency. Milim was lounging on the sofa, snacking as usual, when Fry and Carrion arrived. Carrion looked as if he were being dragged along by Fry. Good morning, Sir Rimuru, Fry greeted, and Rimuru returned the greeting warmly. Fry then turned her attention to Milim. Milim, we should go home. You have a lot to learn and a domain to manage, Fry said. Rimuru thought to himself, Fry is starting to remind me a bit of Shuna. I guess every rule has someone with a scary smile overseeing things. It's quite intimidating. But I don't want to go, Milim pouted. Milim, how about this? Rimuru said. I'll organize a festival to showcase Tempest and declare myself as a demon lord to the world. I'll introduce you as my partner, but you'll need to get your domain in order first. Don't worry, though I'll make sure we can visit each other whenever we like. You promise? Milim asked, her eyes wide and pleading. Yes, I promise, Rimuru said, walking over to her and gently patting her head. I'll make sure everyone knows just who you belong to. And I'll prepare a little surprise for you, Rimuru added with a smile. Okay, I'll give it a try, but I can't promise anything too grand, Milim said, clearly pleased with Rimuru's words. Well, take good care of her, Fry. Oh, and if anyone tries to harm her. Rimuru's smile remained, but his eyes turned icy and serious. Make sure they don't get away. You don't need to worry about that, Fry assured him. I'll see to it that she's well taken care of. With that, Fry and Carrion excused themselves, taking Milim with them. Rimuru, already missing Milim, decided to ask Raphael for advice. So, Raphael, do you have any recommendations for fast travel between us? A teleportation disc would be ideal. It connects only 2 locations, has a sufficient range to reach Lady Milim's domain, and is very fast. The only requirement is that one must be able to manipulate magicules to activate it. However, this shouldn't be an issue, as Lady Milim has far better control over her magicules than Testarossa. Really? Well, she is one of the oldest demon lords, Rimuru thought. I suppose her childlike demeanor can be misleading. Though, I did notice she's much smarter than she lets on. After that, Rimuru attended the daily meeting. Apart from the usual discussions, he introduced the idea of the festival as an opening ceremony for Tempest. With Vesta's help, they prepared 2 teleportation discs. One was installed in the town hall in Tempest, while the other needed to be placed in the desired location. Rimuru decided to visit Milim but chose not to inform her in advance. In the city of Forgotten Dragon, Milim was once again sitting on her throne with a stoic expression, receiving offerings from her worshippers. The gifts were modest, mostly raw meat and vegetables. While the head priest Midre was speaking, standing beside the table laden with gifts, a black panther with golden eyes entered the room. The dragon worshippers in attendance were not intimidated, but the guards still surrounded the panther. Only Milim recognized the panther by its eyes and aura. Let it be, it's just a cat, Milim said with a playful grin, deciding to have a bit of fun. Yes, my lady, the guards replied, stepping back. The panther approached Milim and sat beside her throne. It briefly surveyed the throne room before its gaze settled on Midre, who paused in his speech. The panther then leapt onto Milim's lap, and she began to pet it, prompting Midre to resume talking. Suddenly, the panther vanished, and Rimuru appeared in his human form right in front of Midre. So, what's this? Rimuru asked, eyeing the table of gifts. Midre was initially startled by the sudden appearance, but quickly calmed down upon recognizing Rimuru from the descriptions he had heard. These are gifts for Lady Milim, he explained. When are you planning on cooking them? Rimuru asked calmly. We do not cook them. Our teachings tell us that strength is not derived from luxury, Midre said proudly. So, you're saying that a demon lord is worth no more than raw food? Rimuru's voice took on a dangerous edge, though he remained composed. Or do you think Milim is weak? Midre was speechless as he realized the gravity of the situation. No, that's not what we meant, but our teachings dash. Before Midre could continue, Rimuru cut him off. I'll send someone to instruct you on how to properly prepare food for a demon lord. Unless you want to embarrass Milim when other demon lords visit? Midre was at a loss for words. It would be our honor if you could help us correct this mistake, my lord, he said, kneeling in respect. It's good that you understand. Now, Please wait outside for a moment and take the guards with you, Rimuru instructed. Midre complied, exiting the room with the guards. Wow, not a hint of mercy, huh? Milim teased, still seated on her throne. Well, I do have a skill called Merciless, Rimuru said with a laugh. But if I used it here, not a single one of your people would be left alive. Rimuru then walked over to Milim, leaning close to her face while gently holding her chin with one hand. And I can't let my queen eat raw food, can I? He said in a low voice, before kissing her. No, you can't, Milim said mid-kiss, her hands wrapped around his neck. So, why are you here? Did you miss me that much, or did you just want to see me again? Of course I did. That's why I'm here, Rimuru replied with a smile. Oh, and I brought something for you. What's that? Milim asked, intrigued. I'll show you, but we need an empty room for it, Rimuru said. All right, I'll call Midre to show us to one, Milim said, then summoned Midre, who led them to an empty room in the castle. There, Midre said, opening the door and allowing them to enter. Rimuru then retrieved a disc from his storage and placed it in the center of the room. This is a teleportation disc, he explained to Milim and Midre. It connects two locations, allowing you to travel instantly between them. In this case, it will take you to Tempest. Milim's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged Rimuru tightly. This is amazing. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, Rimuru said, returning her hug. Midre cleared his throat. I'll go inform Lady Fry and Sir Carrion about this. He then excused himself, leaving the room. A few moments later, Fry and Carrion arrived in the room. Hey, how have you two been? Rimuru asked, glancing at them. We've been busy teaching Milim about ruling, but aside from that, things have been quite well, Fry replied. So, what's this disc? Carrion asked, eyeing the large disc on the floor. This is a quick way to get to Tempest, Rimuru explained. You just need to stand on it and infuse it with magicules. Frey's eyes widened with interest. Oh, could you make a few more for us? It would really help to move around our parts of Milim's territory quickly. Yeah, it would be very useful for moving between our kingdoms, Carrion added. I'll set up more later, Rimuru said with a nod. He then demonstrated how the disc worked, showing them how to activate it. Oh, Midre, Rimuru said, turning to him. In a few months, I'll be hosting an opening ceremony for Tempest. I hope you won't be as stubborn by then. I will do my best to improve, my lord, Midre replied. Why are you calling me my lord? Rimuru asked, slightly bemused. That's because you are Lady Milim's partner, which makes you our lord as well, Midre explained. Rimuru is enough, Rimuru said with a smile. I understand, Lord Rimuru, Midre said, acknowledging the request. Rimuru then had a conversation with Milim in the quickly improvised kitchen he had set up while cooking dinner for her, Fry, Carrion, and Midre. Midre was nearly in tears from the taste of the food. After dinner, Rimuru decided to stay the night and informed his people that he would be away for the evening. He was shown to Milim's room, which was a simple stone chamber with a large bed in the middle. Before going to sleep, Rimuru made a few adjustments to make it more comfortable for Milim. The next morning, as Rimuru stepped out of the bedroom with Milim, he found Gravian and Midre waiting for them. Why are you here, and with him? Rimuru asked, nodding toward Gravian. I came because I'm your right-hand man, Sir Rimuru, Gravian replied. And I brought him along because he is the closest to being Lady Milim's right-hand man. I've given him a bit of training during the night. Rimuru then departed for Tempest with Gravian using the teleportation disc. The disc activated with a surge of magicules, and in an instant, they were transported to Tempest. 2 days later, Rimuru was busy with paperwork, assisting Fry in teaching Milim how to manage hers.
Despite Milim's reluctance, she was giving it her best effort. As Rimuru reviewed some documents about the training of his officials' troops, he thought, "I wish I had better information about their abilities."
Moments later, Gravian entered the room. "Sir, here are the papers you requested," he said. "Hold on, how did you know about this?" "I didn't mention it," Rimuru asked, puzzled. "Lady Raphael informed me that you needed them, so I quickly reviewed what I remember," Gravian explained. "Sometimes, it feels like you're more of her right-hand man than mine," Rimuru said with a sigh. "But thanks." Gravian nodded and left the room. "So, Raphael, care to explain?" Rimuru asked his ultimate skill. "I exist to serve my master. Gravian acts as an extended hand to assist you, master, for which I have granted him a ego," Raphael replied. "So, Rimuru, what's the deal with that guy?" Milim asked with curious eyes. "I mean, I've never seen him around before Walpurgis, and sometimes he seems to follow your orders even before you say anything." Frey's expression indicated her interest as well. "Where did you find him?" Frey added. "Well, it's quite a story," Rimuru began with a chuckle. "During my travels to another kingdom, I came across a slime on the side of the road. I decided to keep it inside my stomach for some experiment or other, but I completely forgot about it for a few months. My unique skill ended up playing around with it and gave it ego. After I evolved into a demon lord, the slime was released, and I named it. The reason he seems to know what I want is because of my skill, which informs him." "Hold up! He's also a slime?" Milim exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I've never seen his slime form before." "I'll ask him to show us later," Rimuru said, playfully poking her cheek. 2 weeks later, preparations for the ceremony were proceeding smoothly. The only potential issue was Hinata. Sui had informed Rimuru that she was en route to Tempest with only one companion, and it would take them 4 days to arrive. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the training grounds. When Rimuru rushed over, he found Gravian standing as if he had just survived an explosion, but he was unharmed. Hakuro was talking to him. "Hey, what happened here?" Rimuru asked, concern in his voice. "Lord Rimuru, good to see you," Hakuro said, nodding in acknowledgement. "Lord Rimuru, I was experimenting with the space spirits to enhance their powers. Unfortunately, its magicules surged uncontrollably and caused an explosion," Gravian explained. "Where did you even get space spirits, and what grade are they?" Rimuru asked. "From Lady Ramiris. They're medium-grade elementals. I was planning to fuse them into a greater elemental after adjusting their focus and abilities," Gravian explained while retrieving his katana from the ground. Noticing the distinctive color of the katana, Rimuru inquired, "Why does the color of your katana remind me of when you were a stone slime?" "I asked Kaijin to infuse it with the gravitation stone," Gravian replied. "I'm working towards a specific goal and need this particular ability." It seems Gravian is trying to enhance his unique skill, gravitational manipulation. He's still utilizing his evolution from the Master's Harvest Festival and infusing it with this skill, Raphael explained. "You'll also like." "Well, as long as nobody gets hurt, you can do as you wish," Rimuru said. He then turned to Hakuro. "And how is his sword training going?" "I must say, he's one of my best students. He always follows my instructions, never complains, and never tires," Hakuro replied. "Well, he is a slime like me, after all," Rimuru said with a laugh. Flashback. Hinata was in Lady Luminous' chamber, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Lady Luminous, I wanted to ask what your plans are regarding the new demon lord, Rimuru, and his nation of monsters?" Luminous considered this thoughtfully. Rimuru. It's best not to provoke him. Believe me, you don't want to get on his bad side. Even though you've grown stronger recently, challenging him could be deadly. He dealt with Clayman swiftly at Walpurgis, and I doubt I could defeat him without risking my own life. Hinata was taken aback. But my lady, he's a dangerous monster building a nation of monsters. Yes, he's a monster and an otherworlder, as well as Milim's lover, Luminous replied calmly. Milim, the destroyer? Hinata's eyes widened in shock. It said she's as strong as a true dragon. Why would she be involved with a slime? And if he's an otherworlder, does that mean he was reincarnated here? Luminous looked at Hinata and sighed. You might be able to defeat Clayman if you went all out from the start, but Rimuru doesn't even need to lift a finger to defeat you or Clayman. His aura, when he got angry, was so intense that it would have destroyed the room created by Guy Crimson's magic if Milim hadn't intervened. Standing before him felt like facing a true monster, yet he somehow seemed more human than anyone else in the room. More human? Hinata asked, confused. I don't know how to explain it. It was as if he wouldn't harm a fly when he smiled at Milim. And on top of that, he has somehow tamed the storm dragon, Veldora, Luminous said. Storm dragon? You mean the one you're always so afraid of? Hinata asked, now visibly calmer. Yes, that troublesome, evil lizard, Luminous confirmed. But setting that aside, we should avoid taking any hostile actions against Rimuru Tempest. It could be fatal for us. Yes, my lady, Hinata replied, bowing respectfully before excusing herself. Hinata then proceeded to the meeting with the Crusaders, where 7 clergy members had assembled. After receiving a message from Rimuru, she decided to visit him alone. End of flashback. On the frozen continent, within his icebound castle, Guy Crimson sat on his balcony, sipping wine, while conversing with the true dragon Velzard. So, what do you make of that slime? Guy inquired, his grin widening. Slime? Velzard asked, momentarily confused. Oh, you mean the new demon lord. He wasn't exactly weak. He managed to put my foolish little brother in line, and he's dating my niece. I'd say he deserves some respect. But I'll need to see for myself who he truly is. Interesting, Guy replied, his grin growing. Since we're on the topic of Milim, I assume you'll be dealing with her now? Velzard's gaze shifted as she sensed Milim's approaching aura. Oh, so she's actually coming here. Yes, I will handle it. You're free to leave if you wish. Understood. You know where to find me if needed. Farewell, Guy said, walking back into the castle. Moments later, Milim arrived, flying onto the balcony with Fry, Shuna, and Cheyenne in tow. Aunt Velzard, I came just as I promised. Milim exclaimed with joy. Velzard smiled at the enthusiastic greeting. Yes, I can see that. So, who are your companions? Oh, my name is Fry. I used to be a demon lord, but now I serve Milim, Fry said, a bit nervous but composed. I'm Shuna, and I serve Lord Rimuru. It's a pleasure to meet you, Shuna introduced herself with a bow, her nerves evident. I'm Cheyenne, and I also serve Lord Rimuru. I'm his first secretary, Cheyenne announced proudly. It's nice to meet all of you. I assume you're here for some girl talk? Come and have a seat, Velzard said warmly, turning to Misery and Rain. Could you bring us some tea and snacks? Feel free to join us. Misery and Rain quickly complied, bringing refreshments and joining the conversation. The discussion began with Velzard's curiosity about the roles and responsibilities of Cheyenne, Shuna, and Fry. The conversation naturally shifted to Milim and Rimuru. Milim eagerly shared stories about how Rimuru won her heart and his romantic gestures. After a while, Milim managed to steer the conversation towards Fry and the potential of her dating Carrion. The group spent hours chatting about hobbies, relationships, and other girl talk, enjoying each other's company and building connections. Meanwhile, at Tempest, Gravian was engaged in intense mock battles with Carrera and Ultima. He consistently emerged victorious in one-on-one combat, but when faced with both at the same time, he struggled to overcome them. Despite this, he was steadily improving. Rimuru, Benimaru, and Hikuru observed the training sessions. "He's really making progress, holding his own against two primordials," Rimuru commented, watching Gravian's latest attempt. "Yes, but if he weren't a slime and didn't have the advantage of never getting tired, I'd be genuinely concerned." "He hasn't slept since you evolved into a demon lord, Sir Rimuru," Hikuru noted, showing a hint of worry. "It's a good thing he's a slime," Benimaru agreed. "But I do think it's time for him to start training his own troops. After all, he is one of the officials." Gravian, taking a quick break, overheard the conversation. He frowned and interjected, "I've told you countless times, Benimaru, that I don't need or want to handle a troop. My role as Rimuru-sama's right-hand man is more than enough for me." Benimaru, standing firm as a true general, replied, "I still don't see why you shouldn't have your own troops. You're the only official without one, and you're the strongest among us. It only makes sense for you to command a force." Gravian shook his head vehemently. "No means no. Besides, my battle style would just end up decimating them on the battlefield. I'm not good with people I don't know, so training 1,000 eager recruits would be impossible for me." Benimaru countered, "You speak just fine with me. Plus, you'd be commanding from the battlefield, not fighting directly." Gravian pouted, "It took me 3 weeks of observing and staying silent in meetings just to get comfortable talking to you all. If I can't fight, I don't see the point in having a troop." Rimuru, stepping in to mediate, said, "As long as you're doing your job effectively, that's what matters. For now, let's focus on the preparations for the upcoming ceremony. And remember, Hinata is arriving tomorrow." As Sui's body double reported, Rimuru was promptly informed about the approaching army of Crusaders. "The Crusaders are en route," Sui relayed. "Their numbers are substantial, in the tens. They will arrive a few hours before Hinata, who is taking her time sampling Japanese-style food from Tempest on her journey." The following afternoon, as Hinata neared Tempest, the sounds of clashing swords reached her ears. Rushing to the source, she was startled to find the Crusaders she had instructed to stay behind engaged in a fierce battle against goblins, clad in black military attire. The goblins, seemingly impervious to death, would revive automatically each time they were slain. Cheyenne stood nearby, observing the skirmish as their commander. Above the fray, on a cliff, Benimaru, Sui, Hikuru, Geld, and Gravian watched the conflict unfold. In the midst of them stood Rimuru, exuding his presence as the demon lord. Noticing Hinata's approach, Rimuru descended to meet her. "So, you've decided to start a fight, have you?" "I must admit, I'm quite disappointed," Rimuru said, his voice cold and authoritative. As he spoke, a hint of his demon lord aura emanated from him, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Hinata, witnessing the ongoing battle and Rimuru's imposing presence, immediately took a battle stance. She swung her sword at him, but Rimuru effortlessly blocked the strike by raising his hand, letting her blade shatter against his palm. The high-ranking Crusaders who had come to support Hinata watched in stunned silence as Rimuru casually destroyed a legendary-grade sword, reducing it to splinters as if it were nothing more than a twig. Rimuru's officials, standing behind the Crusaders, kept a watchful eye on them, ready to intervene if needed. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot out from the trees towards Hinata. Gravian swiftly intercepted the attack with his sword, deflecting it with ease. Rimuru cast a piercing glance toward the source of the energy beam. "So, you must be one of the 7 days clergy. My butler recently dealt with 3 of your colleagues. And now, seeing this, I'm starting to think you manipulated the message I sent to Hinata, setting her up to attack me and meet her end in the process, didn't you?" The 3 clergy, cornered and undeterred, sneered. "You're quite perceptive, Demon Lord Rimuru. We shall eliminate you immediately." They began casting a disintegration spell aimed directly at Rimuru, but he remained unfazed. The spell dissipated against his barrier, causing no harm, as if it were nothing more than a mild breeze. Rimuru sighed in exasperation. Really? A spell this weak will never affect a demon lord. He turned to Gravian. Gravian. At Rimuru's command, Gravian materialized behind the three clergy, swiftly incapacitating them with precise strikes, rendering them unconscious. So, I believe we can put an end to this unreasonable fight now, right? Rimuru asked, casting a sidelong glance at Hinata. Hinata, her eyes wide with shock and uncertainty, nodded. Yes, that would be great. Before any more words could be exchanged, a loud crash echoed beside Rimuru, sending up a thick cloud of dust and mist. As the mist began to settle, Rimuru's voice carried a note of amusement. As eager as always, I see. The mist parted to reveal Milim standing there with a beaming smile, flanked by Luminous, who had joined her. You know, Milim said cheerfully, I missed you. Rimuru gently lifted Milim's chin and kissed her, savoring the moment. You two are as lovey-dovey as ever, I see, Luminous remarked, with a hint of amusement. Well, it's nice to see you both looking so good together. Haha, I did come from another world to be with her. It'd be a shame if we didn't look good together, don't you think? Rimuru responded with a chuckle. So, what brings you here, Luminous, if I may ask? Meanwhile, the Crusaders, witnessing Hinata kneeling before Luminous and hearing Rimuru address her by the name of their deity, followed suit and knelt in reverence. Luminous glanced at them with a smirk. Milim over there kindly informed me about the idiots who decided to pick a fight with you. She nearly beat me to a pulp because of it. Rimuru, still holding Milim close, raised an eyebrow in her direction. Milim? What? She replied, a touch of innocence in her voice. I saw these weaklings coming and remembered they're under her. So, I went to her and asked her to explain what was going on. She pouted slightly, hugging Rimuru tighter. Well, if that's what you say, Rimuru said with a grin, turning his attention to Luminous. The 7 clergy tried to use me to kill Hinata. And, by the way, my butler took out 3 of them. I see, Luminous replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Those humans are quite old anyway. It's no surprise they've become greedy. She then glanced at the 3 unconscious figures on the ground, and with a wave of her hand, dispatched them swiftly. Just then, Veldora arrived, his usual boisterous self. Hey Rimuru, I'm here. Didn't I tell you to stay in town? Why are you here? Rimuru asked, his tone a mix of surprise and mild exasperation. I sensed a demon lord's presence and decided to check it out, Veldora replied with a grin, then turned to Luminous. And I was right. A demon lord, Luminous Valentine, he declared proudly. See? I even remembered your full name. Rimuru facepalmed, clearly exasperated. Every single time, Veldora, he muttered. You just have to reveal her identity. Luminous, visibly irritated, glared at Veldora. Must you announce my presence so loudly each time? It's rather tiresome. The Crusaders, stunned by the revelation, exchanged bewildered glances. Hinata stepped forward to explain, her voice steady but strained. The deity we've been following is indeed real, she said, addressing the Crusaders. Luminous Valentine is a demon lord and a vampire. This is who we've been serving. Despite the shock and confusion, the Crusaders remained resolute. Their loyalty to Luminous Valentine, their deity, persisted even in the face of such revelations. They chose to stay true to their faith, undeterred by the truth of their divine figure's true nature. Luminous, her anger palpable, was poised to strike Veldora. The true dragon, realizing the danger, instinctively sought refuge behind Rimuru. Help me! Veldora cried out, his voice tinged with panic. Rimuru, seeing Luminous' fury, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Sorry, Veldora, but sometimes sacrifices must be made for political reasons. He stepped aside, allowing Luminous to unleash her wrath on Veldora, who, despite the assault, remained unharmed due to his true dragon nature. Rimuru watched as Luminous pummeled Veldora with determined precision, murmuring to himself, well, he won't die. He is a true dragon, after all. Once Luminous had sufficiently vented her frustration, Rimuru extended an invitation to her and her entourage to Tempest for a more formal discussion. Hinata, recognizing the gravity of her actions, offered her sincere apologies for the misunderstanding and conflict that had arisen. Rimuru and Luminous, keen on smoothing over the political tension, agreed to stage a mock battle to dispel any lingering rumors. They presented the event as a friendly contest, with Rimuru's curiosity about Hinata's capabilities leading to the decision that Hinata had lost the match. This orchestrated display helped in showcasing the friendly relations between the Jura Tempest Federation and the Holy Empire of Libelius. Through this, Rimuru and Luminous managed to forge a new alliance, transforming a potentially hostile encounter into a foundation for mutual respect and cooperation between their realms. After the formalities were settled, Rimuru escorted Cheyenne to show Hinata, Luminous, and their crusaders to the hot springs, ensuring their comfort. Meanwhile, Rimuru and Milim made their way to the outdoor bath at Rimuru's residence. As Rimuru settled into the soothing warmth of the water, he gazed up at the night sky, lost in thought. The tranquil atmosphere was a welcome respite from the day's events. Milim, with a playful glint in her eyes, joined him in the bath, her presence immediately adding a sense of intimacy to the moment. She perched herself on his lap, facing him directly. "Hey cutie, what's got you staring at the sky?" Milim teased, her tone light and affectionate. Rimuru, still enjoying the serene environment, responded with a smile, just taking in the night. "It's nice to have a quiet moment after everything." Milim's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned in closer. "Well, I'm here now to take the spot that belongs to me." With that, she sealed her words with a deep, lingering kiss, her warmth mingling with the soothing heat of the bath. After the bath, Rimuru had his people prepare a lavish feast for Luminous and the Crusaders, featuring the finest alcohol from his nation. As Rimuru sipped from his glass, he remarked, "Oh man, this tastes great and all, but it's just not the same when you can't get drunk." Luminous, also enjoying her drink, raised an eyebrow. "Then just turn off your poison nullification." Rimuru looked at her, astonished. "Wait, you can do that?" "Yes," Luminous said with a smile, "in fact, I'm doing it right now." "Here, let me show you." With a few simple instructions, Luminous demonstrated how to disable Rimuru's poison nullification. Rimuru watched in fascination as the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. Meanwhile, Gravian, engaged in conversation with Hinata, leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Hey, boss girl, I bet I can get your crusaders to dance to my tune." Hinata raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh. If you manage that, I'll cover your drinks for a while." Gravian stood up, confidently starting to sing a lively party song while dancing energetically. At first, only Veldora joined in, swaying to the rhythm. But soon enough, the entire group of crusaders found themselves caught up in the infectious beat, dancing with surprising enthusiasm. After a few songs, Gravian sat back down, clearly satisfied. "See? It's nothing like manipulating drunk people. But then again, I'm only able to talk to you guys like this because I'm drunk as hell," Gravian said with a chuckle. Milim, leaning against Rimuru and chatting with Shino while munching on some food, noticed that Rimuru was becoming noticeably more intoxicated. He was even more inebriated than Dino had been at Valpurgis, though he was still somewhat coherent. Shino struggled to keep him steady as he swayed slightly. Luminous and Veldora found the scene highly amusing and laughed heartily, while Milim tried to stifle her own giggles. With a playful glint in her eye, Milim cupped Rimuru's face in her hands and gave him a long, tender kiss. As their lips met, Rimuru's intoxication seemed to vanish instantaneously. He blinked, looking around in confusion. What just happened? Rimuru asked, his voice clear and composed, a stark contrast to moments before. Everyone stared in disbelief at the sudden shift. Milim's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Rimuru, clearly not expecting her kiss to have such an immediate effect. Rimuru, now fully sober, gently took Milim's chin in his hand and leaned closer to her, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "So, little miss here can make me sober whenever she wants, huh?" he said with a playful glint in his eye. He then kissed her again, his lips brushing hers with a mix of affection and mischief. He pulled back slightly, his eyes still locked on hers. "I think I'll use that to the fullest and have another drink." With a grin, he turned back to the feast, his previous drunkenness a mere memory. Milim, still sitting there with a stunned expression, touched her lips in disbelief. "Well, aren't you romantic when you want to get drunk?" she said, her voice tinged with surprise. Rimuru, now back to his usual self and grinning, shrugged playfully. "Well, a man is a man," he said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. He then turned to Benimaru, who had been deep in conversation. "Hey, Benimaru! How about a drinking contest?" Benimaru glanced up, surprised. "Are you sure, my lord? You shouldn't use Lady Milim's kiss to get sober just for a game." Rimuru waved off the concern with a chuckle. "Come on, the drinks are on me anyway. Or are you afraid of losing?" With a determined nod, Benimaru stood up. "Let's do it then." The two began their contest, each trying to outdrink the other. Hours later, Rimuru emerged victorious. Benimaru lay sprawled on the floor, passed out from the sheer amount of alcohol consumed, while Rimuru barely managed to stay upright, though he was still grinning. "I won," Rimuru declared triumphantly, raising his glass in victory. Rimuru staggered over to Milim, his steps unsteady as he made his way to her. With a tired sigh, he collapsed onto her lap, barely conscious. "Hey, I won," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper as he nuzzled into her. Milim chuckled softly, her eyes filled with affection. Yeah, you won. Let's get you to bed." Gently, she helped him up and guided him to his room. Once they reached his bed, Milim carefully laid him down. Rimuru, with a sudden burst of clarity, grasped Milim's hand and pulled her close for a tender kiss. His eyes fluttered shut, and he passed out, a contented smile on his face. Milim, with a soft smile, settled beside him, her hands still clasped in his, as she watched him sleep. Veldora, sealed within Rimuru alongside Ifrit, were engrossed in a game of shogi while browsing through Rimuru's memories. It seems my sworn brother Rimuru has fallen for that pink-haired girl. What was her name again? Veldora pondered. Milim Nava, the destroyer, Ifrit responded. Oh yes, Milim, Veldora recalled. The name does sound familiar. A few days later, Ifrit observed, it looks like Lady Milim also has feelings for Lord Rimuru. Ah, yes, I noticed that too, Veldora said with a knowing laugh. So, who do you think will confess first? Confess? Ifrit asked, puzzled. Yeah, who do you think will make the first move? Veldora clarified. Well, if I had to guess, I'd say Lady Milim. She seems more aware of her feelings, Ifrit said. That's true. Rimuru does seem a bit dense in this regard, Veldora agreed. But as a man, I'd expect him to confess once he realizes. How about we place a bet on it? A bet? Isn't that a bit rude to Lord Rimuru and Lady Milim? Ifrit inquired. Oh, come on, a little fun doesn't hurt anyone, especially if they don't know about it, Veldora insisted. Well, if you insist, Lord Veldora, Ifrit conceded. But what should we bet on? Let me think about that, Veldora said, mulling over the details. How about this? If you lose, you become my subordinate. And if I lose, I'll evolve you. That could work. Then it's a bet, Ifrit agreed. The two continued their shogi games and manga readings over the following days. Finally, the evening arrived when Milim and Rimuru sat together on the roof. Look, it's happening. Let's see who won the bet. Veldora exclaimed eagerly. The romantic scene unfolding before them moved Veldora to tears. Are you crying, Lord Veldora? Ifrit asked. No. I'm not crying. Why would I cry? Veldora stammered, trying to hide his tears. Just then, Rimuru's heartfelt declaration of I love you rang out, followed by Milim nestling into his shoulder, tears in her eyes as she replied, I love you too. Veldora stood up triumphantly. Ha! I won the bet. He confessed first. He did. Then I am now your subordinate, Lord Veldora, Ifrit said with a resigned smile. A few weeks later, Tempest was practically ready for the grand ceremony. Ramiris, ever the troublemaker, attempted to move to Tempest without permission. Rimuru saw this as an opportunity and allowed her to establish a dungeon beneath the Colosseum. This move proved beneficial, as it provided a space where Veldora could release his aura without endangering anyone. Rimuru also appointed Njalmile to handle Tempest's finances. Thanks to his expertise, the preparations for the ceremony progressed smoothly. Although Njalmile was initially taken aback when he met Milim and learned she was dating Rimuru, he quickly adjusted to the situation. In a recent meeting, Njalmile outlined the detailed plan for the festival. The event is scheduled to span 3 days, with the main focus being Rimuru's grand reception of new monsters who wish to pay their respects to their new lord, given Rimuru's proclamation of the entire Jura forest as his domain. During these days, Rimuru will also welcome nobles, rulers, and dignitaries. Invitations have been extended to all other demon lords and to the kings of countries with which Tempest maintains diplomatic relationships. On the 3rd day, once all guests have arrived, a grand gala will be held for the nobles. At this event, Rimuru will officially announce the commencement of the ceremony and outline the schedule for the next 3 days. Additionally, Rimuru has promised Milim that he will introduce her as his partner during this gala. The official ceremony will span 3 days, each dedicated to a distinct aspect of Tempest. First day, celebrating Tempest culture and cuisine. The focus will be on showcasing the vibrant culture and exquisite food of Tempest. Guests will enjoy a variety of traditional dishes, engage in cultural festivities, and gain a deep appreciation for the rich heritage of the nation. Second day, exploring Tempest's technological innovations. This day will highlight Tempest's advancements in technology. Attendees will experience the cutting-edge magical and technological developments that set Tempest apart, offering insights into its innovative achievements. Third day, combat tournament and dungeon exploration. The final day will feature an exhilarating combat tournament held in the Colosseum, followed by a tour of the newly constructed dungeon. The ceremony was set to begin in 4 days, and Rimuru was ready to start welcoming guests the following day. Sui reported that the hero Masayuki had recently dismantled an illegal slave company and was en route to Tempest to return the elves to their homeland. Rimuru dispatched Gravian to meet him halfway. On the first day of welcoming events, Gravian encountered Masayuki and his 3 companions. My name is Gravian, and I serve as the right-hand man to Lord Rimuru Tempest. I've been sent to ascertain your intentions, Gravian stated calmly, his hand resting on the hilt of his katana, prepared to draw it if necessary. Jinrai, Masayuki's companion, approached with a scowl. Hey, who do you think you're talking to? He demanded, but Gravian continued to ignore him. Masayuki addressed Gravian, we were tasked by the Grandmaster of the Free Guild to escort the elves to their home in Jura Tempest. While Jinrai fumed, Gravian swiftly disappeared and reappeared at the back of the carriage, where he inspected the elves. He offered them a reassuring smile. Jiwoo, startled by Gravian's speed, instinctively reacted and attempted to strike him. Before she could do anything, Rewriten appeared in front of the carriage, holding her by her clothes with ease. "I've confirmed your purpose. I will allow you entry," Rewriten said. Seeing Jiwoo restrained, Jinrai tried to punch Rewriten in frustration. Rewriten responded with a swift, decisive punch that sent Jinrai crashing into the trees. He then handed a healing potion to Masayuki and addressed Jiwoo, "I'll overlook this incident for now. Use this potion to heal him. You'll also like." Rewriten turned to leave but stopped after a few steps. He added coldly, "Just so you know, you're too weak to pose any threat." He released a chilling aura that paralyzed everyone in the vicinity. Then, without another word, he vanished. On the second day of the ceremony, King Ciel and Elmesia Elru the Lion, the emperor and founder of the sorceress dynasty of Sarayan, arrived. Rimuru welcomed them into a room where they began their conversation, with Diablo and Rewriten standing by. King Ciel, having previously met Elmesia, introduced her to Rimuru. The discussion soon turned to a surprising topic. "So, I've heard quite a bit about you, but I didn't expect you to have a primordial," Elmesia remarked, her curiosity evident. "Ah, yes. Things have developed rather quickly," Rimuru admitted, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "In fact, I have 4 of them." "4?" Elmesia's eyes widened in astonishment. "I understand your concern, but there's no need to worry," Rimuru reassured her. "Rewriten here does an excellent job ensuring they behave." Rewriten inclined his head slightly. "My lady, I assure you that if any of them were to go on a rampage, I would deal with them promptly. And should that prove insufficient, my lord is far stronger than all 4 of them combined." Rimuru nodded in agreement. Indeed, Rewriten's vigilance helps keep everything under control. "That's true," King Ciel remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. "I was once curious about how strong he is. Well, it ended up with him defeating my entire secret platoon in a mock battle. Though, if you could even call it a battle, they couldn't even touch him." "Well, that's Rewriten for you," Rimuru said with a hint of pride. "What's more, he trains as if there were no tomorrow. Right now, he's my strongest subordinate, and recently, he was even able to defeat 2 of the primordials simultaneously." Elmesia, still a bit taken aback, shifted the conversation. "Well, enough about that. There's another intriguing rumor I've heard about you." Rimuru raised an eyebrow, curious. "Oh? And what might that be?" Elmesia continued, "I heard that you're romantically involved with Demon Lord Milim Nava, the Destroyer." Rimuru chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Ah, yes, that's true. Milim will actually be attending the ceremony as well." Their conversation continued for a while longer, filled with discussions about the upcoming ceremony and other matters, before Rimuru had to excuse himself. On the 3rd day, Momiji, the Tengu princess and daughter of Hakuro, arrived. She declared herself the fiancée of Benimaru, causing him quite a headache. As the evening of the 3rd day of the grand welcoming ceremony unfolded, the Grand Hall of Tempest was alive with excitement. Nobles, dignitaries, and distinguished guests had gathered to witness the culmination of the festivities. Among them were unexpected yet highly notable attendees, Demon Lord Leon, Demon Lord de Gruel, and the enigmatic Demon Lord Guy Crimson. To honor his high-ranking guests, Rimuru had arranged a separate feast for the Demon Lords, ensuring they were comfortably accommodated in a private setting away from the other guests. This thoughtful arrangement allowed the regular attendees to enjoy their own celebrations without the potential discomfort of mingling with such powerful figures. With the hall filled with the murmurs of conversation and the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere was one of grandeur and camaraderie. The room, elegantly decorated, reflected the importance of the event and the status of its attendees. As the anticipation built, Diablo stepped forward and made a formal announcement: "The Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest is now entering." At Diablo's signal, Rimuru made his entrance. He approached with a commanding presence, waving to the assembled guests with a regal demeanor. "I once again officially welcome you to Tempest and thank you all for coming," Rimuru declared, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Rimuru then took his seat upon the specially prepared throne, exuding an aura of authority. Behind the throne, Veldora leaned casually, his imposing figure complementing Rimuru's own. The combination of Rimuru's composed elegance and Veldora's formidable presence created an impressive spectacle. Diablo had already briefed the guests on Veldora's identity, ensuring that his inclusion added to the overall grandeur of the event. The atmosphere was electric as Rimuru's guests, awed by the sight of the Demon Lord and his formidable ally, continued their evening of celebration, eager to see what the ceremony would bring. As the evening's festivities continued, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall was filled with an air of anticipation and excitement. After a brief pause, Diablo took a step forward and made another formal announcement, his voice clear and commanding. "The partner of Lord Rimuru, the Demon Lord Milim Nava, is now entering." With those words, the room fell silent as all eyes turned toward the entrance. Milim Nava, radiant and confident, made her entrance with a lively grace that captivated the audience. She walked into the room, her presence commanding attention. Taking her place beside Rimuru on a specially prepared seat, Milim's arrival was met with a mixture of awe and surprise from the gathered guests. The revelation of Milim as Rimuru's partner was met with a stunned silence. The news that the renowned Demon Lord Milim Nava, known for her destructive power and vibrant personality, was intimately associated with Rimuru Tempest was unexpected and left many guests in shock. Whispers and murmurs began to circulate among the nobles and dignitaries, each person processing the new information. Milim, seemingly unfazed by the sudden attention, smiled warmly at the assembly. Her relaxed demeanor contrasted with the stunned reactions around her, adding an element of intrigue to the evening. She settled comfortably next to Rimuru, her presence completing the impressive tableau of Tempest's leadership. As the guests continued to react to this new development, the grandeur of the evening and the unexpected revelations only heightened the sense of excitement and anticipation for the rest of the ceremony. Among the hosts in the hall were also Yuki Kageyasu and Hinata Sakaguchi, as well as Shizu's students, whom Rimuru had once taught. The kids had many questions when they learned that their former teacher was the leader of an entire nation and a demon lord. They were also eager to talk with Milim, the girlfriend of their teacher whom he had mentioned. Mjalmail then announced the schedule for the next 3 days of the ceremony. After that, Suchi was brought into the room, with Hinata being the first to try it. After more than an hour, the gala came to an end. Rimuru and Milim then approached the other demon lords. The full octagram was present in Tempest at that moment. "So, Guy, I really didn't expect you to show up. What's more, you brought Velzard with you. No wonder Veldora has been hiding," Rimuru remarked. "Well, you did invite me, and I didn't have anything else to do," Guy replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, but I must say, I didn't expect you to invite Leon after your conversation at Valpurgis." "I seem to recall you mentioning something about punching him," Luminous interjected. "I hope you didn't invite me just for that," Leon said, his face remaining as emotionless as ever. "As much as I'd like to, this isn't the time for it. But just so you know, all Shizu wanted was for you to acknowledge her," Rimuru said. "Acknowledge her? As much as I think she disliked me, I still saw her as a human," Leon replied. "But if you think I deserve that punch, we can sort that out later. Aside from that, you have a really nice nation," de Gruel commented. "Right? And he even lets me live here and run my dungeon," Ramiris added. "Hold on, you live here?" Dino asked, half asleep. "Yep. I even make money and have people working under me now," Ramiris said proudly. Meanwhile, as they talked, Velzard was being shown to her brother Veldora's room on the 100th floor of the dungeon by Gravian. "It's right here, Lady Velzard. Please, try not to beat him too much." "Oh, don't worry about that. I'm not going to kill him this time, Velzard replied with a smile. Very well, if you'll excuse me, Gravian said, bowing slightly before heading back. He then went to find Diablo and called for Testarossa, Carrera, and Ultima. He also summoned Misery and Rain, bringing with them some alcohol and snacks for the demon lords. We've brought some refreshments, Gravian announced as they entered the room. Handing a drink to Ramiris, he added, see? I told you I'd managed to get all the primordial demons and demon lords in one room at the same time. Now, time to pay up. Though he didn't say it loudly, Rimuru still heard him. Pay up for what? Rimuru asked, casting a skeptical glance. Carrera walked over to Gravian and said, just as I said, it's time to pay up. Gravian then received a light scolding from Rimuru. Guy laughed heartily at Gravian's predicament. Ha ha ha. You managed to win one bet, but losing it so quickly? That's impressive in its own way. The next day, the guests were treated to the rich culture and cuisine of Tempest. Among the highlights was Veldora's stall, where he sold takoyaki. Surprisingly, everything went smoothly, with no issues arising. In the evening, the event shifted to the opera. The guests enjoyed a performance featuring exquisite music. Rimuru and the other demon lords were seated in the highest balcony, out of sight from those not standing on the podium. They had concealed their auras to avoid intimidating the attendees. To Rimuru's surprise, the demon lords genuinely enjoyed the music, and they even discussed making it a monthly tradition for the octagram. For Rimuru, this meant he would have to stage an opera once a month specifically for the demon lords. Throughout the day, Gravian managed to strike up an unexpected friendship with Guy. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and it seemed they hit it off well. Not only did Guy warm up to Gravian, but all the primordials seemed to take a liking to him. For Rimuru, this was a valuable development, as it meant he now had someone who could effectively handle interactions with these formidable beings. The next morning, Rimuru was strolling around town with the kids and Hinata, who was overseeing them during the ceremony. As they approached one of the restaurants, they found Gravian already there, indulging in a drink. Oh hey, boss girl and Lord Rimuru. Good morning. Gravian greeted, his mood surprisingly upbeat. Hey, isn't it a bit early for drinking? Rimuru asked, raising an eyebrow. Normally, yes, Gravian replied, a pained expression crossing his face. But this morning, I had the honor of tasting Cheyenne's cooking. Oh, my sincere condolences, Rimuru said, sharing the same look of trauma in his eyes. What does that have to do with him drinking? Hinata asked, puzzled. It's simple, Rimuru explained. He tasted Cheyenne's cooking, so now he has poison nullification so strong he could probably live off poison. Meanwhile, Gravian began chatting with the kids. After a while, the children asked Rimuru if they could see Gravian in a fight, so he took them to the training grounds where Hakuro was practicing. Hinata, Rimuru, and the kids watched as Hakuro and Gravian engaged in a mock battle. To Hinata, it felt more like witnessing two storms clashing. At some point during the battle, Milim joined them, and the kids finally got a chance to talk with her while Hinata continued to observe. Are you sure this is just a mock battle? Hinata asked Rimuru, still intently watching the clash. Well, they're taking it easy since the kids are here, Rimuru said casually. Hold on. Easy? If this is easy for them, they could probably kill me with a single finger. And I'm supposed to be the strongest among humans, Hinata said, her eyes widening in disbelief. Well, Gravian is my right-hand man, and he's capable of fighting the primordials. Hakuro, on the other hand, trains half of my forces, Rimuru explained. He then called out to the combatants, hey, I've set up a barrier, so you can go serious, but no skills. As Hakuro and Gravian got serious, they seemed to vanish from sight for the kids, leaving only sparks in their wake. Hinata, however, struggled to keep up with their movements, though she could still catch glimpses of their incredible speed. Their swords clashed so rapidly that only flashes of light were visible. The entire area within the barrier quickly turned to ruins as their battle raged on. In a sword fight, Hakuro would win every time. "He's the best swordsman in Tempest," Rimuru remarked. As the day progressed, Rimuru guided the guests through the museum, where Vesta and Gabiru showcased the advanced technology and its various applications. The tour took up half of the day, allowing the guests to marvel at Tempest's innovations and the impressive strides made in various fields. Of course, Rimuru spent a lot of time with the other demon lords when he wasn't caught up in work, but he did manage to find moments to converse with the nobles as well. When he finally found time for himself, it was well past midnight. Sensing Milim's presence on the roof of the town hall, he made his way there. She was sitting in the same spot as that fateful night when they had first gotten together, gazing up at the moon with a wistful expression, as if searching for something on its surface. The moon itself revealed an intriguing sight, a large creature, its skin nearly identical in color to the moon's surface, lying within an elaborate and intricate magical circle. Bound by chains that appeared to be made of light and surrounded by multiple barriers, it had a clear view of the planet below and observed it with blood-red eyes. "Hey, Milim. Why are you up here alone, staring at the moon?" Rimuru asked, sitting down beside her. As he settled next to her, Milim rested her head on his lap. "Just thinking about a story I heard when I was little," she said softly. "And what story was that?" Rimuru asked, gently stroking her hair. "It's just a legend about a being who can grant you pleasant dreams while you sleep," Milim replied. "Veldora knows more about it, so you can ask him sometime." Maybe I will, if I remember," Rimuru said with a smile. They remained there for a while, enjoying the quiet night together. The next day, the third day of the ceremony, all the guests gathered at the Colosseum. With about 50,000 seats, every single one was filled by those who had traveled to Tempest, along with the nobles. Rimuru sat at the highest balcony with the other demon lords, though he and Milim were the only one visible from outside. The other demon lords were concealed behind curtains. Directly below their balcony were the kings and rulers of various countries. The day was filled with multiple battles, overseen by Diablo as the referee and Traini ensuring everything went smoothly. This was the main event of the combat competition, where the victor would win a weapon of the highest quality of their choice and enjoy a meal with Rimuru, a prize suggested by Cheyenne and Diablo. Among the participants was the hero Masayuki and Gobta. For Gobta, winning would grant him the prestigious title of one of the Heavenly Kings. Gobta was surprisingly winning his matches, and Masayuki, utilizing his chosen one skill, was also emerging victorious. When it came time for the two to face off against each other, Gobta, fused with Ranga, lost control of his speed and crashed into the wall, knocking himself out. Although Masayuki technically would have won, he was startled by Gobta's incredible speed and declared himself the loser. Despite this unexpected turn of events, the crowd continued to cheer for Masayuki. As a result, Gobta was declared the victor. Mjalmile then took on the role of commentator, announcing and providing commentary for the dungeon showcase. Four teams were participating in exploring the dungeon, one led by Masayuki, another by Ellen, and two additional teams. The showcase lasted 2 hours, and only the first 15 floors of the dungeon were revealed during this time. After the ceremony officially concluded, the guests began their journey back home. The demon lords, however, chose to stay a little longer. They persuaded Rimuru to open the opera exclusively for them that evening, and they enjoyed a night of drinking and entertainment together. The demon lords departed the following morning. Rimuru had a meal with Masayuki where they discussed various topics, including their shared origins. During their conversation, Masayuki learned that his chosen one skill did not have an effect on Rimuru, which intrigued him further. As they continued their discussion, Rimuru revealed that they both hailed from the same world, a fact that piqued Masayuki's interest. To strengthen their bond and offer support, Rimuru gave Masayuki some manga, a gesture that symbolized his willingness to connect on a personal level. Before parting ways, Rimuru extended an offer to Masayuki to join him and work under his leadership. The proposition was extended with the intention of combining their strengths for future endeavors, and Masayuki, intrigued by the offer and their shared history, considered the potential opportunities that lay ahead. "Yes, my lord," Rain and Misery responded in unison. They then looked at Gravian and moved through the barrier that Velzard had created for them. Once inside, both mates took up their battle stances, while Gravian drew his sword and positioned himself with his right leg slightly forward. "Begin!" Guy declared, watching intently. In the next instant, Gravian lunged toward them, his sword aimed at Misery's neck. She would have been too slow to dodge if Rain hadn't grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the way. Rain retaliated with a nuclear cannon physical magic that turns her fists into projectile launchers for nuclear magic. She unleashed hundreds of punches per second toward Gravian. Despite the onslaught, Gravian skillfully dodged every attack, and when dodging wasn't possible, he expertly blocked the blows with his sword. Misery seized the opportunity to attack, launching herself at Gravian in an attempt to kick his hand and disarm him. But before she could make contact, both Misery and Rain were slammed into the barrier by an unseen force. It felt as if an additional wall of gravitational pressure was trying to crush them against the barrier. "Just so you two know," Gravian said coolly, "my powers are centered around gravitational manipulation." Using her spatial motion ability, Misery quickly reappeared behind Gravian, while Rain pushed through the gravitational force to attack from the front. Gravian met their combined assault with a practiced defense, blocking both of their attacks with his sword and sending them several meters away. As Rain retaliated with ice needle-sharp, icy projectiles fired at him, Misery began to prepare a dark magic spell. Gravian responded by extending his hand towards the ice needles, creating a small black hole that swallowed the projectiles. He then hurled the black hole toward Misery and Rain, the gravitational anomaly threatening to pull them into its event horizon. Rain deftly dodged the black hole, evading its pull with agile movements. Meanwhile, Misery invoked dark magic to neutralize the gravitational anomaly, dispelling the black hole before it could do any further damage. As the black hole vanished, Gravian seized the opportunity. He launched a swift and precise attack at Misery, aiming to take advantage of her momentary vulnerability. As Rimuru and Milim watched the battle unfold, Rimuru spoke with Guy and Velzard, sharing his observations about Gravian. "He's exceptionally skilled," Guy remarked, clearly entertained by the fight. "From the energy flow I sense, he seems to be pursuing a long-term goal." Rimuru nodded. "When I evolve into a true demon lord, all of my subordinates receive a gift and evolve as well." Gravian is still holding off on his evolution. Lately, he's been experimenting with spirits. To be honest, I have no idea what he's aiming for with his power-up. Velzard's interest piqued. "With spirits? That's quite intriguing." "Yes," Rimuru confirmed. "Ramiris has been assisting him, and recently, even Veldora has joined in. He seems to have amassed quite a bit of knowledge about spirit experiments." Velzard nodded thoughtfully. "Well, he was with our older brother a lot when he was experimenting with spirits. To be honest, I still don't know what he was trying to achieve back then. That was about 5,000 years ago." "Really? And Veldora still remembers all of that from so long ago?" Rimuru asked, his curiosity piqued. "Well, Veldora had a great admiration for Veldinava and Velfriz," Velzard replied, her tone calm and thoughtful. "At that time, Veldinava was heavily occupied with managing the world. I suppose I could have been more helpful, but I wasn't as involved then." "You'll also like..." Rimuru's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, Veldinava was the first true dragon, right? I'd heard stories that he created a world, fell in love with a human, and then died. I thought it was just a bedtime story." Indeed, Veldinava is actually Milim's father, Guy said matter-of-factly. I once fought him and lost. After that, he assigned me the role of mediator to ensure the survival of the human race. Milim, who had been blissfully unaware, looked up with a puzzled expression. Milim's father? Rimuru echoed, his eyes growing wide as he glanced at Milim, who was casually snacking on his lap. Milim blinked, confused by the sudden shift in the conversation. What's going on? What about my father? She asked, looking between Rimuru and the others. Oh no, I shouldn't have brought up her late father in front of her. I don't want her to be upset with those painful memories. Rimuru thought to himself. He quickly shifted the topic, trying to lighten the mood. Oh, we were actually discussing what Milim would like for dinner. What do you think about that? Milim's attention immediately shifted with excitement. Dinner? How about Leviathan meat? She suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Rimuru, relieved that Milim wouldn't be upset, summoned his body double to handle the situation. With a swift and effortless gesture, the double set off to catch a Leviathan from the sea. In no time, the Leviathan was procured, cooked to perfection, and served all without Rimuru having to leave his seat. The aroma of the freshly prepared Leviathan meat soon filled the air, and Milim's eyes lit up with delight as she eagerly anticipated the meal. As Milim continued to savor her meal, Rimuru asked, So, who is Velfraz? I understand he was a true dragon, but I've only heard his name and that he worked with spirits. Velzard responded, Velfraz is still alive, though he is sealed away. True dragons, being spiritual entities, can't be truly killed, we merely reincarnate. The only exception seems to be Velda, who for some reason hasn't been reborn yet. Rimuru's curiosity grew. Oh, I see. May I ask why he's sealed? Guy explained, Velfraz went on a rampage. He, too, fell in love with a human. Unlike Velda, he aided her in becoming a Mygene, making her extraordinarily powerful, stronger than any human of that era, excluding the true heroes. Yeah, but she was killed, or at least Velfraz thought she was, Velzard added. In his grief and rage, he went on a rampage and destroyed several human nations. And he showed no signs of stopping, Guy continued. So, Velzard, Velgrid, Veldora, and I had to intervene. We sealed him away because he was significantly stronger than we were at the time. Later, we discovered that she was still alive. She's now living with Velgrind in the Eastern Empire, Velzard added. Oh, so she survived. And where exactly is he sealed? Rimuru asked, intrigued. On the moon. As a moon dragon, it's the only place powerful enough to contain him, and it's inaccessible to humans, Velzard explained. Wow, that's quite a story, Rimuru said, impressed. Meanwhile, Gravian continued his fight with Misery and Rain. Despite their best efforts, Gravian maintained the upper hand throughout the battle, to the point where they began to suspect he might be toying with them. Okay, I've seen enough. Stop the fighting, Guy instructed. But my lord Misery began to protest, but was swiftly interrupted by Guy. It's clear that you would have lost by now if you weren't holding back, Guy said. Yes, my lord, Rain and Misery responded in unison, bowing respectfully before taking their positions behind Guy as his maids. Gravian returned to stand behind Rimuru, resuming his role. Well, I think I should head back so I don't worry my people too much, Rimuru said, standing up and extending his hand to Milim. Will you come with me? Milim blushed slightly at his gentle smile and took his hand. Yes. That's a shame, but I suppose you have work to do, Guy said. Perhaps next time we meet, we can have a mock battle as well. Yeah, maybe. Just remember, I'm the weakest of the four of us here, Rimuru said with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. Well, see you soon. Bye. With that, Rimuru, Milim, and Gravian teleported back to Tempest, leaving Guy and Velzard behind to continue their conversation. Yeah, if only he knew, Velzard said with a thoughtful look. Ha, it's been a few centuries for us, but for him, it hasn't happened yet, Guy replied with a grin. Yet, Velzard added, her gaze drifting toward the horizon. Time will tell. Rimuru and Milim returned to Tempest, where they were greeted by the high officials. Lord Rimuru, may I ask where you went off to so suddenly? Rigurd inquired. Ah, just a little tea party with Guy Crimson and Velzard, Rimuru replied casually. The others were momentarily taken aback, but soon calmed down. Rimuru briefly explained the situation but left out the details of his conversations with Guy and Velzard. The day proceeded as usual. That evening, Rimuru was in the bar with Benimaru and Geld, enjoying a drink. So, did you talk about anything important? Benimaru asked. With a drink already in him, Rimuru leaned back. Well, just the usual. You see, in the world I came from, there was a figure named Jesus. They said he was the son of a god, crucified, and then came back to life after 3 days. Ah, and why are you bringing this up? Benimaru asked, puzzled. Well, it turns out he was a complete fraud. There's only one true child of a god. Want to know their name? Rimuru said with a smirk, taking another sip. Yes, I'm intrigued, Geld responded, leaning in. Well, it's Milim, Rimuru said, grinning. I'm dating the daughter of a literal god. What's more, her father was a true dragon. That makes Veldora his younger brother. Benimaru and Geld stared at him, wide-eyed. No way, Benimaru finally said, shaking his head in disbelief. Yeah, I was pretty surprised too, Rimuru said, chuckling. The more I learn about this world, the more unbelievable it gets. And what do you plan to do about it? Geld asked. Rimuru looked puzzled. What do you mean? Sure, she's the daughter of a god, but that doesn't change how I feel about her. Exactly, Benimaru agreed. What really matters is understanding your own feelings. The rest is secondary. Rimuru nodded, looking thoughtful. Exactly. Milim and I have our own bond, and that's what matters. Her origins might be extraordinary, but our connection is what defines our relationship. Geld smiled, raising his glass. Here's to not letting extraordinary backgrounds overshadow genuine feelings. Cheers to that, Rimuru agreed, clinking glasses with his friends. And here's to the adventures and surprises that keep life interesting. As Rimuru, Benimaru, and Geld continued their drinks, Milim, standing just outside the window, listened quietly. Her heart swelled with emotion as she overheard Rimuru's words. He really loves me, huh? I'm so happy, she thought to herself, her eyes misting over with tears of joy. With a gentle smile and a heart full of warmth, she quietly turned away, leaving the 3 friends to enjoy their evening, her presence unnoticed and her happiness unspoken. A few weeks later, Rimuru was at the Tempest Academy, checking in on the kids and Shiz's students. As he walked through the training grounds, he asked, So, how is their training going? Hakuru, overseeing the progress, replied, I must say, they are growing quite rapidly. With Lady Hinata's occasional visits and guidance, they are becoming remarkably strong for their age. I'd estimate they're now capable of handling D-rank monsters with ease. As Rimuru was greeting the kids, Chloe, Alice, Kenya, Gale, and Ryota ran up to him, excitedly shouting, Rimuru-sensei. Rimuru smiled and began petting their heads. Oh, I've heard you're all doing well. However, as his hand touched Chloe's head, he suddenly vanished. The kids looked around in surprise, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Rimuru suddenly found himself in the middle of a dense forest, surrounded by trees. He quickly reached out to Raphael for clarification. Where am I? I don't recognize this place. Rimuru asked. According to the universal sense, we are in the Jura forest, specifically near the academy. But neither the academy nor Tempest is here. Rimuru protested, growing anxious. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be reincarnated for another 700 years. Who are you, and what do you mean by that? Rimuru asked, both wary and confused. My name is Velfriz. You don't need to be afraid, I can only communicate with you, and even that is unusual. I can't interact with anyone else, the voice explained. Wait, Velfriz? As in the true dragon Velfriz who sealed on the moon because you thought your lover was killed? Rimuru said, astonished. Yes, that's me. Velfriz confirmed. All right, I'll just roll with the fact that talking to you isn't the weirdest thing that's happened today. But what did you mean by 700 years? How do you even know about me, let alone my reincarnation? Rimuru asked, trying to piece everything together. My older brother informed me about you. He used his omniscience to gather information, Velfriz explained. That doesn't surprise me much. I just found out that Milim is his daughter, and now it seems I'm 700 years in the past. So, what's next? Rimuru said, his frustration evident. Well, you should avoid interfering with anything or anyone. You could create ripples in the timeline, Velfriz advised. I get that, but how do I get back? I don't exactly have the patience to wait for 7 centuries, Rimuru said, exasperated. Unfortunately, I can't help with that. Even if I had the power to manipulate time, I'm bound by the seal and can't do anything, Velfriz admitted. I could try to break your seal, but considering you're still up there in my time, that might not be the best idea, Rimuru suggested. Indeed. For now, just stay hidden and avoid interfering with anything, whether it's animals or mindless monsters, Velfriz instructed. Over the next week of Rimuru's stay in the past, he learned several intriguing things about the history of the true dragons, particularly regarding Velfriz. He discovered that humans once worshipped Velfriz as a secondary deity and that Velfriz possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate dreams at will. Remarkably, he could even make someone dream while they were awake simply by looking into their eyes. The most fascinating aspect, however, was the Dreamland, a dimension of dreams created by Velfriz's ultimate skill, Nyx, Lord of Dreams, which granted him these extraordinary abilities. So, do you ever look down at her from the moon? Rimuru asked the true dragon sealed on the moon. Yeah, you don't even know how often, Velfriz replied, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. As Rimuru wandered aimlessly through the forest, concealing his aura and presence entirely thanks to Raphael, he suddenly found himself face to face with a girl. She had pink hair and was dressed in a rather revealing outfit, appearing to be around 14 years old. She stood directly in his path, her gaze locked onto him. Rimuru stood among the trees, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was at a loss for what to do or how to even process the situation. Before him, illuminated by a sliver of light streaming through the gaps in the leaves, stood Milim. She was the same girl he loved, but this wasn't his Milim, not yet. The Milim before him was unaware of him and should remain so for another 700 years. He couldn't say that he was just a human, knowing full well that Milim's draconic eyes, or as she called them, Milim's eyes, could discern one's true power. As a demon lord, he was thousands of times stronger than a mere human. Yet, revealing that he was a demon lord was equally problematic, as he wasn't supposed to be here in this time. Moreover, Rimuru was struggling to contain his emotions. He was on the verge of embracing her, kissing her, and breaking down in tears. But he couldn't do that. He needed to come up with an excuse, one that wouldn't provoke her to attack him or make her realize that he was from the future. As Rimuru's mind raced for a way out of the situation, Milim spoke up. Hey, you seem pretty strong. Who are you? Her voice was calm, and her face was serene, though she tilted her head slightly to the side and folded her arms behind her. Rimuru hesitated, his gaze drawn to her penetrating eyes. "I am someone who doesn't exist, yet," he replied gently, a hint of sadness in his voice. He couldn't bring himself to lie to her, not with those eyes. "What do you mean by that?" "I can see you," she said, stepping closer. Rimuru took a step back, but she was already poking his chest with 2 fingers. "And I can touch you." "You clearly exist," she added with a smile. "Yeah, I do. But I'm not supposed to." "Not now," he said quietly. "But you do exist, and it's not like you can change that, right?" Milim remarked, her smile widening. "You're right. But nobody should know about me, and you're the last person who should," he said gently, avoiding her gaze, his eyes filled with sadness. "So you know me. But why shouldn't I know about you?" Milim asked, clearly confused. "I can't explain why, and I shouldn't even be here. I'd really appreciate it if you just went back to what you were doing and forgot about me," he said, still not meeting her eyes. "And if I say no?" Milim asked, her expression unwavering. Rimuru remained silent, avoiding her gaze. "So, you won't tell me more, huh?" Milim said with a sigh. "Well, sorry, but you're not going anywhere. You look interesting, and I'm bored, so I'm taking you home." But before Rimuru could protest, she cut him off. "No buts. I'm Milim Nava, the Demon Lord, and I'm saying you're coming with me," she declared, grabbing him by the collar and starting to drag him away. She dragged him to her castle in the nation of the Forgotten Dragons. As Rimuru caught sight of the city, he transformed into a black cat, his golden eyes still shining. Milim was momentarily taken aback by the change, but her usual excitement soon returned. She scooped him up, cradling him as if he were her pet, and continued to drag him into the castle. "Please, just don't tell anyone about me. I'll be in big trouble if someone finds out," Rimuru pleaded, nestled in her arms as a cat. Milim pondered for a moment before responding. Okay. But only if you tell me some interesting stories." "I can't do that," Rimuru tried to protest. "Then I'll tell everyone about you," Milim countered. "But I really can't." Rimuru began to protest further, but Milim interrupted by calling out, "Hurday! Come here, I have something to show you. You'll also like." Panic set in for Rimuru. Okay, I'll tell you some stories. Just don't tell him." Hurday, the head priest of the Dragon Faithful at the time, entered the room. "Yes, my lady? What do you want to show me?" "Look, I found a cat, and I'm going to adopt it. You'll be in charge of making sure it's well taken care of, okay?" Milim said with a grin. "Of course, my lady. I'll inform the guards," Hurday said with a nod before exiting the room. "Well, I have something to do now, so I'm off." "Stay in the castle," Milim instructed as she walked out. Rimuru could feel her take off, soaring through the air. "Now you've got a problem," Velfr's voice echoed in his mind. "Yeah, I do." "Do I?" Rimuru said, settling down in his cat form. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" "Because, with her draconic eyes, she also has draconic ears. She can hear any thought communication or telepathy near her," Velfr's explained. "Oh, I didn't know that," Rimuru responded, taken aback. "Yeah, us dragons have that ability," Velfr said. "So, what do we do now?" "It's not like I can lie to her, and even if I did, she could easily tell," Rimuru said, his cat form looking thoughtful. That's going to be difficult. I'd suggest erasing her memories of you and running away, but she's far too strong for that," Velfr said. "I could just tell her the truth and try to roll with it, but I don't want her to wait for 7 centuries for me." "Just the thought of it is painful," Rimuru replied. Well, she didn't fall in love with you in this time, did she? Velfers pointed out. That's true. She didn't. But to be honest, I never asked her what made her fall for me in my time, Rimuru admitted. She just wants some interesting stories to alleviate her boredom, so if you come up with something made up, it could work, Velfer suggested. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I could give her some manga or tell her about what happens in the manga. I don't need her becoming an otaku just yet, Rimuru said with a nod. For another 2 weeks, Rimuru continued to pose as a cat in front of others. When he was alone with Milim, he entertained her with stories, which kept her from probing into his true identity. One evening, Rimuru sat on the castle's rooftop, gazing at the night sky. You look rather lonely, a gentle voice spoke from behind him. Rimuru turned to see Milim standing there. Let's just say I miss someone, Rimuru replied. Milim sat down beside him. Why don't you go meet them? I saw you use teleportation before. That's complicated, Rimuru said, his tone tinged with sadness. Is it because you're from the future? Milim asked. How did you dash? Rimuru began, shocked, but was cut off by her. You've been here for 2 weeks now. I might look dumb and childish, but I'm actually pretty sharp when it comes to these things, Milim said with a hint of pride. Yeah, I know that very well, Rimuru said, acknowledging her insight. Tell me, is it me that you miss? Milim asked softly, her eyes gentle. I shouldn't tell you anything, Rimuru replied. But you've already given me enough clues to figure it out. The first time I met you, you said something like I'm the last person who should know about you. And you were on the verge of crying, Milim observed. Rimuru gazed out at the city below. I suppose there's no hiding anything from you, is there? So it is me, Milim said, also looking out at the city. Yes, Rimuru said, a tear in his eye, though he managed to hide it from Milim. Tell me, what are we in the future? I mean, are we friends or something more? Milim asked gently. We. Rimuru sighed. We are more. I see, Milim whispered, pulling her legs close to her chest as she hugged them. They sat in silence for several minutes, gazing down at the city, neither wanting to break the quiet. Milim finally decided to break the tension. Can I ask how? How what? Rimuru responded gently, still looking at the city with a hint of sadness. How will we get together? Milim asked. Rimuru sighed and thought for a moment. I was a slime who built a small city at that time. The strongest Maijin in the whole Jura forest, you could say. And you landed in my backyard one day, saying you wanted to say hello. You were curious about me after an incident you'd heard about. Milim listened quietly. I fell for you almost immediately, without even realizing it. One night, I did realize it and told you, Rimuru said. He looked into her eyes. I told you that I love you, and you cried on my shoulder, saying that you love me too. Hearing this, Milim felt a surge of emotion and knew she needed to act. She kissed him softly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Rimuru pulled her into a comforting hug. No, it's okay. I actually needed it. He pulled back with a gentle smile. We should head back, he said, transforming into a cat once more. Yeah, Milim agreed, picking him up and flying down to the front of the castle. She walked in, carrying him close. The next day, Milim was seated on her throne, receiving gifts as always, maintaining the best poker face in existence. Rimuru, in his cat form, lay comfortably on her lap. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside the city. Milim sprang into action, holding Rimuru close as she flew toward the source of the blast. It took less than a minute to reach the site, where they saw Guy Crimson lying in a large crater, and Velzard flying toward him. Haha, that was a good hit, Guy said, standing up. Of course it was. What else would you expect? Velzard replied. Hey, could you explain what you two are doing? Milim called out. Both Guy and Velzard turned to look at her and the cat she was holding. We're just sparring after a long time, Guy said. What do you have there, Milim? Velzard asked, pointing at the cat. Milim glanced at the cat in her arms. Oh, it's just my cat. I found it in the forest a few weeks ago. Guy walked over to Milim, scrutinizing her for a moment before grabbing the cat and throwing it against the wall with enough force to break it. That's not a cat. A cat doesn't have the strength of a true demon lord. Rimuru, thrown against the wall, transformed into his human form and landed gracefully. Yeah, I should have known you'd figure it out, Guy. Rimuru? What are you doing here? Velzard asked, surprised. Rimuru looked at her, puzzled. Hold on, how do you know about me? It's nothing. Don't worry about it, Velzard said quickly. Did your brother tell you too? Rimuru asked. Exactly, that's it, Velzard confirmed. Guy, watching the exchange, suddenly got an idea. Hey, how about we fight in teams? In teams? Milim repeated. I wouldn't normally suggest this, but I'm curious about Rimuru, Guy said. So, Velzard and I will fight against you and Rimuru. Before Rimuru could protest, Milim spoke up. Oh, that sounds interesting. I'm in. Rimuru looked at Milim. Are you sure about that? Yeah, why not? It'll be fun, Milim replied with enthusiasm. I mean, I'm one of the stronger demon lords, but I'm still far from being able to fight a true dragon. I'd probably just drag you down, Rimuru said. As much as I hate to admit it, you actually stand a chance, Velzard said. Besides, you have 4 ultimate skills. That should at least help bridge the power gap between us. Both Guy and Milim exclaimed, What? How? That's not possible. Rimuru glanced at Velzard. Did your brother tell you that too? You know I'm not supposed to be here, and they're not supposed to know about me yet, let alone that I have 4 ultimate skills, he said, clearly annoyed. So much for not affecting the timeline. Thank you very much, Rimuru said, still annoyed. Timeline? Guy asked, confused. Rimuru, Milim, and Velzard all replied in unison, don't worry about it. Guy was taken aback by the confusion and simply said, okay. Milim looked at Rimuru with pleading eyes. So, can we have the mock battle now? Rimuru sighed. Fine. The 4 of them moved to an ocean to prevent destroying the entire continent with their fight. Milim, clad in her battle armor and wielding her sword, Tenma, stood beside Rimuru. Opposite them were Guy and Velzard. The 4 floated a few meters above the water, ready for battle. Their combined auras were so overwhelming that they sent the leviathans in the ocean fleeing in terror. Rimuru and Guy had erected barriers around them, large enough to allow freedom of movement while strong enough to contain any stray attacks. Now let's begin! Guy yelled, his wide and menacing grin showing his excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, Milim unleashed Dragon Buster, sending thousands of energy beams at Guy from all angles. Guy managed to deflect the barrage, but as the light settled, Rimuru appeared right behind him, his sword enveloped in black fire and black lightning. He swung down at Guy, only for Velzard to intercept with a volley of ice spikes. Rimuru was forced to deflect the icy projectiles, his focus split between defending against Velzard and striking at Guy. Milim launched herself at Velzard, who had conjured a sword from ice magic and infused it with her aura, making it a god-grade weapon, just like Milim's Tenma. The two engaged in an intense clash, their swords meeting with powerful impacts. Meanwhile, Guy unleashed napalm bursts, a fierce ability that produces flames burning at several thousand degrees, shaping into a twisting dragon and heading straight for Rimuru. Rimuru countered by using Beelzebub to absorb the inferno. At the same time, he activated Uriel to create a protective barrier and block Guy, who had appeared behind him and aimed a powerful kick. As Rimuru attempted to swing his sword at Guy, Milim was hurled towards him. He caught her and used Beelzebub to absorb the incoming ice shards. In one swift move, Rimuru teleported Milim behind Guy. She landed a powerful punch, sending him crashing into Velzard and halting her from firing more ice. Milim flew at Velzard, unleashing a barrage of punches and sword swings. Velzard expertly dodged and blocked her relentless assault. Meanwhile, Guy harnessed dark magic to launch a massive slash of darkness at Rimuru. Rimuru used Uriel to block the attack, but as he tried to close the distance and reach Guy, he was suddenly kicked away and sent plummeting to the bottom of the ocean. What happened? Where am I? Rimuru wondered while at the bottom of the ocean. Master is currently 3.6 kilometers underwater, Raphael informed him. How did I get here? Rimuru asked. I apologize, Master. I wasn't fast enough to calculate the possibilities and made an error. Because of me, Master is losing, Raphael said, sounding downcast. No, it's not your fault. They are far stronger than me, and this is just a mock battle. We don't have to win, Rimuru reassured Raphael. Even so, I should have ensured Master's victory. I feel inadequate as a skill if I can't assist you properly. Hey, you're not just a skill, you're my partner. I'm going to give you a name as a symbol of that. From now on, you will be called. Meanwhile, Guy and Velzard were giving Milim a hard time when suddenly the ocean beneath them began to turn violently, forming a gigantic vortex. The vortex grew wider and wider, pulling the surrounding water down and revealing the ocean's floor. As the vortex continued to expand, Guy, Velzard, and Milim stopped their battle to look down. What they saw was Rimuru standing resolutely at the now dry bottom of the ocean, his presence commanding attention amidst the swirling chaos. In an instant, Rimuru appeared right in front of Guy and delivered a powerful punch, sending him several meters away. Velzard quickly fired multiple ice spikes at Rimuru, but he didn't even glance her way. The ice spikes halted midair and were then sent back at her with equal force. You'll also like. Sorry, Guy, but that punch was payback for that kick you gave me earlier, Rimuru said coldly. Milim, thrilled by the turn of events, flew to Rimuru and wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, gazing at Guy and Velzard with a menacing grin. Now the real fight begins, she declared, her smile brimming with anticipation. It looked kinda like this, but they are flying in the air. Flashback. Hey, you're not just a skill, you're my partner. I'm going to give you a name as a symbol of that. From now on, you will be called Ciel. Rimuru declared. With this new name, the ultimate skill Lord of Wisdom, Raphael, evolved into Manus, gaining dominion over the very fabric of the universe's information. End of flashback. Ha! This is exactly what I wanted. This is going to be one epic fight. Guy roared, launching a flurry of magical attacks at Milim and Rimuru. Milim remained unmoved, still holding on to Rimuru. She scratched her hand and shouted, Dragon Nova! A colossal beam of energy surged toward Guy, who barely managed to survive the devastating attack. The water beneath him was completely vaporized by the blast. Velzard unleashed a series of powerful attacks, but none could penetrate the barrier Ciel had set up for Rimuru and Milim. Rimuru teleported Guy and Velzard to a single spot and positioned himself in front of them. Sorry, but this fight is over, at least for now. One day, we can have a rematch, Rimuru declared. He then absorbed most of their magicules, rendering them unable to continue fighting. Now, the four of them stood on the balcony of the frozen castle on the icy continent. I have to say, you've really leveled up. I'm a bit disappointed you ended the fight so abruptly. It could have been a lot of fun, Guy remarked. Well, I wouldn't have been able to end it so decisively if you or Velzard had used your ultimate skills. Since you didn't, I saw no need to continue, Rimuru explained. But how did you become so strong so suddenly? It's not like you gained more magicules or acquired new skills. It's more like you've gained better control over everything you do, Velzard observed. Yeah, it was as if you knew exactly what we were going to do, Guy added. And when exactly did you realize that? Rimuru inquired, raising an eyebrow. I could see it in your eyes. That stare you gave me when you let the ocean drain away. It was like you were seeing everything clearly, Guy replied. Yeah, that was incredible. The whole ocean cleared a path for you. You looked like a mad god out there. And that punch out of nowhere, I couldn't get enough of it, Milim exclaimed with excitement. Rimuru chuckled softly. In a way, you could say I've evolved. But I won't reveal more for now. Well, at least I have something to look forward to for our next fight, Guy said with a wide grin. Yeah. But only if you use your ultimate skills next time, Rimuru replied. So, how are you planning to get back to your time? Milim asked, curious. Hold on. Guy is still here, we can't discuss that now. Rimuru said, concerned. Don't worry about it. I already figured out that you're from the future, Guy said casually, as if it were a normal observation. Rimuru sighed heavily. Before he could respond, a voice echoed from within him, but not from his mouth. For starters, he should erase Milim's memories. Who was that? Milim asked, looking around in confusion. Guy's eyes widened in surprise, while Velzard's expression turned curious. Brother Velfriz, is that you? She asked, her tone hinting at delight. Yes, it's me. Before you ask, I have no idea how I'm speaking to you all. I'm communicating directly with Rimuru, and only the three of you can hear me, Velfriz explained. Velfriz? As in my uncle Velfriz? Milim asked, puzzled. Why are we talking about erasing my memories? Because we need to keep the timeline intact. I've been thinking about this since Rimuru arrived, and I realized that if he weren't supposed to be here, it could create a rift in reality and erase his existence instantly, Velfriz said. So, if that hasn't happened, it means the future is still intact, Guy added, piecing things together. Exactly. But in the future, Milim won't have any memories of Rimuru from this time, Velfriz continued. So, if I just find a way back and erase her memories, everything will be fine. She won't have to wait centuries for me to appear, Rimuru concluded. Exactly. But you need a way back home, Velfriz said. Rimuru pondered for a moment. Just then, Ciel spoke up. I've detected an individual with the same skill that transported us here. If you make contact with him, I can use the soul corridors to return us to our time. Rimuru nodded. Okay, I have a way home. Oh. And how exactly are you planning to do that? Guy asked, intrigued. There's this nameless hero. I just need to make contact with him, and that will send me back, Rimuru explained. Then you just need to erase Milim's memories, Velzard said, adding a practical note. Yeah, well, we should head back, Milim, Rimuru said, turning to Guy and Velzard once more. I'll see the two of you in a few centuries. And remember, when you meet me for the first time, don't mention anything, okay? Yeah. See you soon, Guy said with a grin. Have a good trip back, Velzard said with a smile, though her expression seemed to hint at something she was keeping to herself. Milim and Rimuru returned to the city of the Forgotten Dragons. Once they reached her room, Milim set Rimuru down on her bed in his cat form. She lay down beside him, turning her gaze away as she settled in. Rimuru noticed the sadness in Milim's eyes. Milim, I understand that you're upset, and I get why, but dash. He was interrupted by her voice, tinged with emotion. I know you have to do this. I know I'll meet you again one day. But I still feel like you're abandoning me. Rimuru transformed into his human form and gently placed his hand on her cheek. I'm not abandoning you. I never have, and I never will. He then leaned in and kissed her softly. Do you promise? Milim asked, her eyes filled with sadness. Rimuru wiped away her tears with his thumb. I promise, he said softly, his gaze steady and reassuring. Milim hugged him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder. Let me stay like this for a moment, she whispered. Rimuru held her close, gently petting her head until she finally let go. After a few minutes, she pulled away, her eyes meeting his. Okay, I'm ready. Without warning, Rimuru kissed her passionately. Milim's cheeks flushed, and as she started to forget about him, her memories began to blur. Slowly, she fell asleep, her body relaxing into the bed. Rimuru gently tucked her in, making sure she was comfortable. With a final, tender look, he teleported away, leaving the room silent and still. In a quaint, dimly lit restaurant in a human town, a woman clad in white armor and a mask sat at a table, her sword resting beside her. She was enjoying her meal in serene silence. The door creaked open as Rimuru walked in, his calm demeanor contrasting with the bustle of the restaurant. He approached her table and said, Hello, could I have a minute of your time after you're done eating? The woman, her eyes hidden behind the mask, glanced at him and replied, Is it that time again, sensei? She extended her hand towards him. Rimuru, taken aback by the unexpected title, hesitated but then took her hand. In an instant, he disappeared from the restaurant, leaving the woman alone once more. She resumed her meal, a small, contented smile playing on her lips. Have a safe trip, Rimuru-sensei, she murmured to herself, her tone both affectionate and hopeful. Rimuru now found himself in a large crater. What happened? Where are we? I initiated the trip home when you touched the hero. We were safely on our way back when suddenly, someone pulled us forcibly further into the past. Currently, we are 5,000 years before your reincarnation, Ciel informed him. Oh shit, here we go again, Rimuru said, looking around. He then saw a man with hair that resembled the night sky and ocean blue eyes, with dragon horns. The man was quite handsome. Next to him stood Velzard, both of them observing our favorite slime.